Announcements none. Papers have been laid. Motion.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I move that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10.
Yes. The question is that all the business of today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Statements by ministers none. Public bill second reading.
Yes. Yes.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, can I take a point of order?
Of course.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I propose to take the following point of order. Madam Speaker, my point of order concerns the appropriation bill which is before the House, namely the Appropriation Bill 2026-2027, Bill number 9 of 2026. My point of order is to the effect that the debates on the said appropriation bill cannot proceed and should be adjourned until revised estimates are tabled before the House. Madam Speaker, an appropriation bill contains estimates of the revenues and expenditure of Mauritius in accordance with Section 105 of the Constitution of Mauritius. The debates on an appropriation bill are governed by Standing Order 73 of the Standing Orders of this House. And Standing Order 73.2 provides that the debates shall be confined to the general principles of government policy and administration as indicated by the bill and the estimates. The present appropriation bill, which is before the House, contains estimates which are in sharp contradiction with policy of government. The estimates on pensions are based on means test and state age pension, while the policy on pensions has changed following the announcement made by the Finance Minister yesterday in this House in reply to a supplementary question to my PNQ that the means test is out. Therefore, until revised estimates are tabled in this House, Madam Speaker, I reiterate that the debate should be confined to the policy of government as indicated by the bill and the estimates. The estimates in the present version of the bill do not indicate the policy of the government for the reason that the policy of government has changed since yesterday with the reply given by the Honourable Prime Minister to this House. I therefore, Madam Speaker, move that debates be adjourned until such time as revised estimates are tabled before the House. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Honourable Leader of the Opposition. I allowed you to make that point of order, of course. But you will give me time to study the point and give my ruling later. In the meantime, we will proceed with the program as provided. Yes, I will let those who were to speak today, and then when I have, there's no point of you raised a point of order. You have to give me time to study the point of order. I am looking. I can't give it to you immediately. I can't give it to you immediately. So I want to allow members to speak. Maybe at tea time, I can come back after tea time. Don't talk to me on a sitting position. This is what I'm...
This is not the point I wanted to make. My request is that the debates be adjourned until, like I said, government comes forward with the revised estimates, Madam Speaker.
But I am asking for time to give my ruling. So there's nothing we can do now except... Suspend. No, I won't suspend. I will allow Honourable Bhagwan to make his speech, and then we will break at one point at tea time. And in the meantime, I will have those who can have the time, including the Attorney General, the clerk and everybody, to have a look at what you've raised, because from what I can see here, it doesn't say that, from what I can see here. So I don't want to give a ruling sur immédiatement. I want to take time to give my ruling, which the standing orders allow me to do. So for the moment, I rule that we will carry on, and at tea time, I will try and give my ruling. Okay? Yes, Honorable Bagwan.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je demande l'indulgence, votre indulgence, parce que j'ai un problème de voix avec l'arrivée de l'hiver et des matchs de football. Madame la Présidente, nous sommes arrivés presque à la fin des débats sur le budget. Beaucoup a été dit par mes collègues.
But don't play with the mic, please.
No, I won't play. Don't.
Don't.
I can't.
Speak as much as you can.
Madame, yes,
Yeah.
I'll move a bit by this side. Madame la Présidente, beaucoup a été dit par mes collègues de la majorité sur le budget, pas seulement, aussi par les membres de l'opposition. Je comprends cette frustration du leader de l'opposition. Vous allez donner votre ruling tout à l'heure. Madame la Présidente, je dois moi aussi m'associer avec mes collègues pour féliciter le Premier ministre pour la présentation de son deuxième budget. Et non seulement moi je suis très heureux au niveau du ministère que je m'occupe, du ministère de l'Environnement, l'augmentation que nous avons reçue, mais que je voudrais que les membres disent l'appréciation au Premier ministre, parce qu'il est resté ici tout le long des débats dans cette chambre, prenant des notes sur tout ce qui est dit par les membres individuellement. Et nous lui disons merci. Madame la Présidente, la présentation du budget, ce budget 26-27, par le Premier ministre et le ministre des Finances, a permis certains rapaces de sortir de leur éther. À part les apparitions devant une cour de justice et les locaux de la Financial Crime Commission, pour venir proposer la pension à 60 ans. En cas de victoire, quel geste noble en faveur de nos aînés, y compris certains d'entre nous. Mais commencez donc de nous dire comment le faire maintenant. Pourquoi attendre? Si le sort de nos aînés vous préoccupe autant, pourquoi attendre 3 ans et demi? Diaspora. Et ensuite, pensez à retourner, ce qu'il faut que tu leur dises, pensez à retourner aux caisses de l'État des milliards de roupies à travers les contrats jutés que vous avez donnés lors de votre mandat. Pas bouffonnement, le bouffonnement qui t'en fait trop qu'on pense pour étranger, puisqu'il attention. Oui, attention. Faut pas demander d'empouiller à l'eau, moi. Faut pas demander d'empouiller à l'eau.
Minister, please withdraw this. I don't see the point of order.
Elle a fait des remarques qu'il ne fallait pas faire, madame.
Là, maintenant,
Je suis resté tranquille lorsqu'elle a parlé.
je n'ai pas entendu, et ça arrive que je n'entende pas. Est-ce qu'on peut faire le débat sur le budget? Débat sur le budget,
Y
s'il vous
compris,
plaît.
madame, pendant la période du Covid, des milliards et des milliards qui ont été empochés par les postes du MSM. Madame la Présidente, on dit ça au MSM, mais vous faites du mal pour ça. La vente des avions et des Mauritius, c'est sous le mandat. Des centaines de millions volatilisés la State Bank of Mauritius, sous le mandat. Et comment oublier, Madame la Présidente, nous étions ici dans cette chambre, les plus de 3 milliards du BAI. Nous étions ici dans cette chambre. Quelqu'un disait au Premier ministre alors, pas un sou de l'argent public pour mettre dans le BAI. Mais c'est on y code, madame. Et ça, c'est le mandat. Mais de nombreuses familles ont souffert pour le projet Super Casse-Basse Gold. Des familles ruinées. Mais ça, c'est le MSM, madame. Mais commence par un casse après faire causer dans son poche. Madame la Présidente, des voleurs crient aux voleurs. Le drame, Madame la Présidente, c'est que ces imprimeurs de billets en catimini, ces véritables fossoyeurs de notre économie et de notre démocratie, se présentent aujourd'hui comme des grands sauveurs du peuple. Yes.
Voler in this house. This is not acceptable.
Ça pour rester en autres, ça.
Does the hat fit?
Oui.
Minister,
Yes.
I have asked you to speak about the budget and the policy of government. Try as much as possible, please, to come to the subject.
Oh, sur le budget, parce qu'ils ont fait des conférences de presse, je dois leur répondre. Seule chose. Madame la Présidente,
Don't speak to each other.
Madame la Présidente, le drame, je leur ai dit, le drame, ce que ces imprimeurs de billets en catimini, ces véritables fossoyeurs de notre économie, aujourd'hui se présentent en champions. Ils se présentent aujourd'hui comme des grands sauveurs du peuple, alors qu'ils posent la lourde responsabilité de l'état actuel des finances publiques. Parce que pour du budget, au fond des finances publiques. Eux, c'est l'héritage que nous avons reçu, madame. Des pyromanes d'hier jouent aujourd'hui aux sapeurs-pompiers sans certificat. Pas étonnant, madame la Présidente. Parce qu'en matière d'illusion, d'effets optiques, le MSM est devenu maître au cours de ce dernier mandat d'illusion monétaire. Prospérité illusoire, illusion des chiffres, y compris des valises de 114 millions sans propriétaire. Côte d'Or, Madame la Présidente, est restée une cocotte dorée. C'est ça l'héritage de la chaîne. Mais en voyant les réactions du public sur les réseaux sociaux, ces rapaces auraient dû réfléchir à 2 fois avant de sortir de leur repère pour se manifester. Certains, dans leur boule de cristal, voyaient déjà la chute de ce gouvernement et la tenue des élections générales anticipées. Mais aujourd'hui, Madame la Présidente, la population réalise que ceux qui ont choisi de rester au gouvernement pour poursuivre leurs engagements et honorer leurs promesses électorales ont fait un choix judicieux pour la stabilité et le progrès du pays. Alors que nous assistons à l'hystérie chaque fois qu'il y a un incident environnemental, à croire que certains prient chaque jour qu'un incident se produise quelque part pour faire des likes sur Facebook. Jusqu'à conférence de presse, leader MSM des likes, madame. Peut-être une future alliance en gestation. Le recentrage suggéré et accepté de ce budget est une preuve concrète que la présence du MMM au sein de ce gouvernement est palpable. Les critiques, Madame la Présidente, sont normales dans une démocratie où chacun est libre de ses opinions et de ses convictions. Mais le respect des faits avérés et de probité intellectuelle doit accompagner ces opinions. Un exercice budgétaire n'est jamais un stand-alone operation. Un exercice comptable sans lien apparent avec les années financières du passé et celles de l'avenir. Ce que nous sommes appelés aujourd'hui à faire dépend en grande mesure de ce que nous avons déjà comme acquis, comme réserve, et des opportunités que l'avenir nous offrira. Il n'y a pas de logique plus implacable que celle-ci. Dans le cas présent, on ne le dira jamais assez. Ce sont malheureusement les erreurs délibérées ou inconscientes commises durant les mandats précédents, depuis 2014, qui continuent à plomber les ailes de notre économie et qui font peser des nuages sombres sur notre avenir commun. Et que si le courage nous fait défaut maintenant pour changer, transformer et reconstruire, ce sont les prochaines générations de Mauriciennes et Mauriciens qui devront porter le fardeau. Madame la Présidente, avant même de nous retrouver de ce côté de la Chambre, dans les rangs de l'opposition, d'alors nous étions conscients que la gouvernance économique, la gouvernance tout court, était tout simplement bafouée et que la remise sur les rails des finances publiques ne serait pas du gâteau. Alors qu'on le dise clairement, ce qui est possible ou ce qui n'est pas possible aujourd'hui dépend de ce qui a été fait dans le passé et ce que nous ferons dans les années suivantes. En un mot, il y a forcément l'héritage de l'ancien gouvernement MSM dans ce présent budget. Et il nous faut encore des années pour se débarrasser de ce qu'on avait qualifié ici même, dans cette chambre, d'héritage criminel du MSM. Pas qu'à effacer en gomme l'héritage du MSM, Madame la Présidente. Mon ami le leader de l'opposition, lors de son intervention lundi dernier, quand il fallait s'y attendre, a vraiment critiqué les mesures budgétaires et s'est même permis de faire un pronostic sur les résultats des prochaines élections générales, allant même jusqu'à affirmer que même le bulldozer que je suis censé d'être et qui, après avoir remporté 10 élections numéro 20, ne sera pas élu en 2029. Je vous ai tout de suite dit à mon ami, pas un mot ce n'est ni le centre, ni la cuisine, ni les grosses muscules politiques qui décident qui va représenter une circonscription pour une éventuelle élection générale. Madame la Présidente, le fitness certificate pour être député n'est livré que par les électrices et les électeurs. Et je peux rassurer mon ami, parce qu'il est mon ami, l'honorable Jongor, qu'I'll be still around, if God so wish. En tout cas, laissez-moi lui dire haut et fort, à qui veut l'entendre, que ce soit dans cette chambre, ou que ce soit en Goussot, ou que ce soit ailleurs. Je me jetterai de tout mon poids dans la prochaine joute électorale pour que jamais plus Pravin Jagnat à la tête du pays et le MSM. Les élections, Madame la Présidente, j'en ai surmonté dans les plus difficiles de 1983, 2005 et 2014. Je n'ai jamais changé de circonscription. Ce qui est sûr que lors de la prochaine campagne électorale, je serai aux premières loges pour défendre le bilan de ce gouvernement dirigé par le docteur Navin Ramgoolam. Madame la Présidente, ce ne sont pas les défis auxquels nous devons faire face qui nous font tiquer, encore moins les critiques des adversaires aigris. Madame la Présidente, on le sait, un budget ne fait pas que de dotations. Il comprend également des prélèvements afin d'équilibrer l'exercice. Toute proposition visant à augmenter ou introduire une dotation, si elle est sérieuse, doit aussi comporter l'élément du financement. Il est évident trop facile de dire qu'il faut donner plus ici et là, sans préciser la source du financement de la dotation. Après un premier exercice l'année dernière et l'introduction des mesures de redressement, la philosophie du gouvernement était de maintenir le cap sur les réformes essentielles pouvant porter ses fruits au cours des prochaines années. Madame la Présidente, malgré nos efforts, des contre-performances ici et là, des retards accumulés et une situation internationale volatile n'ont pas permis d'atteindre nos objectifs totalement. Cette année, c'est donc avec la même rigueur et le même esprit de solidarité nationale que le Premier ministre et le ministre des Finances a présenté ses propositions. Du courage, il lui en a fallu pour présenter le nouveau plan de pension pour les retraités. Et du courage encore plus pour réaliser que l'écart considérable entre les attentes de la population et le plan du gouvernement n'était pas franchissable d'un seul sou. Le budget ne contient peut-être pas toutes les meilleures propositions, mais il a le mérite de porter l'attention sur les secteurs de l'économie qui requièrent des réformes. La présentation d'un budget est aussi l'occasion de tester la solidité de la responsabilité collective et de la cohésion d'un gouvernement. Et moi qui assume pour la troisième fois des responsabilités ministérielles, je peux vous affirmer que la force d'un gouvernement ne se mesure pas par des discours et d'actions individuelles, mais par sa cohésion, sa responsabilité collective et sa solidarité à toute épreuve. En politique, on ne peut rester dans sa zone de confort. En temps de cyclone, tirer capital politique et de cela. À l'heure, nous vivons la Coupe du Monde. Nous voyons l'avantage d'un jeu collectif, de l'entente harmonieuse entre les joueurs et la solidarité à toute épreuve. La solidarité gouvernementale, selon moi, n'est pas comme une contrainte, mais une exigence morale envers ceux qui nous ont fait confiance. C'est la base de la réussite ou la mise en œuvre du programme gouvernemental. Comme l'a si bien dit l'honorable Miaille et d'autres amis, au MMM, nous avons su, dans les instances qu'il faut, faire entendre nos voix. Et nous sommes satisfaits de l'écoute que nous avons obtenue. Pensez-vous, Madame la Présidente, que le Premier ministre, qui est un homme de terrain, soit indifférent aux attentes, angoisses, l'espoir de notre population? Pensez-vous que c'est par pure méchanceté que le chef du gouvernement vient poser des sacrifices sur la population alors qu'ils ne sont nullement nécessaires? Non, Madame la Présidente. Ce que nous faisons ici, chaque arbitrage difficile, chaque choix douloureux, nous le faisons pour l'avenir de nos enfants et de nos petits-enfants. Les comités vont continuer leur travail. Les consultations vont également se poursuivre. Mais une chose est sûre, le système de pension doit être revu pour être en capacité de subvenir à l'avenir, aux besoins de nos enfants, les enfants de notre République. Tôt ou tard, cette réforme viendra, le plus tôt, le mieux pour le pays. Madame la Présidente, répondant à la PNQ de l'opposition d'hier, le Premier ministre a donné des éléments de réponse qui constituent un indictment beyond reasonable doubt, que ce soit politique ou criminel, de la gestion des affaires du pays par le leader du MSM, et surtout par rapport à la soutenabilité du système de pension. Madame la Présidente, sans transition, si un être humain, après avoir travaillé toute sa vie, s'attend à une retraite sereine, sans maladie, sans contrainte financière, est-ce qu'on s'est déjà demandé ce qui adviendra de la race humaine si la Terre réclamait sa pension à sa mise à retraite? La race humaine, Madame la Présidente, ne dispose pas de planète 2.0. Nous sommes condamnés à vivre ici. Et c'est pour cette raison que nous devons care pour notre planète et nurture our nature. Les problèmes environnementaux comme la pollution de l'air et de l'eau et les conséquences du changement climatique nous font réaliser à quel point notre qualité de vie dépend de la qualité de notre environnement. En effet, Madame la Présidente, notre qualité de vie, notre espérance de vie sont intimement liées à l'état de notre environnement. Et c'est un peu pour cette raison, d'ailleurs, que pour n'importe quel problème ayant un impact sur notre bien-être, que ce soit tapage nocturne, véhicules fumigènes et tapageurs, on pense tout de suite à la police de l'environnement. Et c'est pour cela que le ministère de l'Environnement est constamment sollicité pour les interventions à travers le pays, alors que nous sommes plus d'une dizaine d'autorités concernées. Je parlais de la salubrité, Madame la Présidente. Un environnement de qualité n'est pas un privilège, mais un droit auquel tout citoyen mauricien doit pouvoir en profiter. Cependant, Madame la Présidente, bien que la majorité de la population réalise l'importance de l'environnement de qualité, une poignée de nos concitoyens continue à défigurer, enlaidir, polluer et à nuire à leurs voisins. Quelle est la première préoccupation des Mauriciens et Mauriciennes, Madame la Présidente? D'abord, avant tout, surtout, la première préoccupation des Mauriciens reste évidemment la salubrité et l'entretien des lieux publics, parcs, promenades et jardins. Du nord au sud, de l'est à l'ouest, 7 jours sur 7, certains de nos compatriotes continuent à décharger des déchets n'importe où, y compris sur les berges des rivières. Les nombreux cas de leptospirose, leptospirose et de chikungunya ont été un wake-up call, un sursaut national en faveur de la salubrité publique. Déjà, l'État dépense des millions chaque jour et des milliards par an, des centaines de millions chaque année, à travers les municipalités et les conseils de district, à travers le Road Development Authority et More Facilities, entre autres, pour nettoyer. Qui d'entre mes collègues parlementaires de cette Chambre ne connaît pas aujourd'hui Maurice Facilities, un département, une section du ministère de l'Environnement? C'est 2500 hommes et femmes, avec une proportion remarquable de dames, que je salue devant cette Assemblée, qui se lèvent chaque matin pour s'assurer que les rues, les bordures d'autoroute, entre autres 500 sites publics et les toilettes des 282 écoles publiques soient propres. Tous ces travailleurs qui nettoient méritent notre respect et notre soutien, et ils l'auront. Mais Maurice ne sera plus propre si des gens continuent à salir et à salir. Non, Madame la Présidente, l'absence de poubelles sur les voies publiques ou les plages n'est pas une raison de jeter ces ordures n'importe où. Avec la recrudescence des rongeurs et des moustiques, les poubelles qui ne sont pas hermétiques contribuent quelque part à causer le problème. Combien de millions nous faudra-t-il s'il nous faut remplacer toutes les poubelles à travers l'île? Madame la Présidente, parle to waste to wealth. La gestion des déchets à Maurice doit être complètement repensée afin que nous puissions s'engager à un programme de waste to wealth. Valeur du jour, seulement 67% des déchets produits annuellement sont recyclés. Seulement 7%. L'objectif est de dévier d'ici 2029 40% de nos déchets de marchicose et d'accélérer la mise en place des structures d'une économie circulaire. Une provision de 150 millions est faite pour le programme Waste to Wealth, que je salue. Par exemple, du compost peut être produit à partir de nos déchets organiques, qui représentent 40% de nos déchets, pour nos agriculteurs, pour notre sol, pour réduire les engrais chimiques importés, des métaux, du papier, du verre, tout cela a une valeur économique réelle. Je parle de la taxe de 2 roupies sur plastique, Madame la Présidente. L'introduction de la taxe de 2 roupies étendue à toutes les bouteilles plastiques a suscité de nombreuses appréhensions des consommateurs écologistes et recycleurs. Sur 168 millions de bouteilles PET, mises sur le marché en 2025, 75% ont terminé en décharge ou dans la nature. On ne les voit pas, bloquant nos drains, provoquant des inondations et polluant nos mers. Maurice génère plus de 75 000 tonnes de déchets plastiques par an, dont seulement 3% sont recyclés, que ce soit localement ou par exportation. Malheureusement, une grande partie de nos déchets plastiques se retrouvent dans l'environnement, notamment dans les cours d'eau et finalement dans la mer. Basée sur le principe de pollueur-payeur, cette mesure vise un effet triple: inciter les importateurs et fabricants à basculer vers des alternatives écologiques, désormais plus compétitives, responsabiliser les producteurs via le principe de responsabilité élargie du producteur et encourager les consommateurs à adopter des contenants réutilisables durables. À titre d'exemple, des bouteilles à base de plantes considérées comme des bouteilles compostantes. Et un tel système contribuera à financer la collecte et le recyclage des contenants PET. Cette mesure, Madame la Présidente, s'accompagnera d'un système de consigne pour les bouteilles PET. La seule façon efficace de faire disparaître le plastique de la nature, c'est de donner une valeur à ce contenant et encourager le recyclage. Dans le cadre de l'une des recommandations du plan stratégique national de la feuille de route pour la création d'une base de données d'inventaire des plastiques et des déchets plastiques, ce droit d'acquise permettra au gouvernement de constituer une base de données sur la quantité de bouteilles en plastique générées sur notre marché local en vue d'orienter les politiques futures. Si nous sommes en train de peaufiner notre stratégie, est toujours basée sur le principe de pollueur-payeur. Je peux aller sur les amendes, sur l'illegal dumping, Madame la Présidente. Comme nous avons multiplié l'amende pour émission de fumée dehors par 5, de 2 000 à 10 000, dans le même veine, l'amende pour l'illegal dumping, le déchet sera doublé de 25 000 à 50 000. Savez-vous, Madame la Présidente, qu'une seule personne a été épinglée 3 fois pour le même délit de déversement illégal d'ordures et a écopé 3 fois d'une amende de 25 000. Il est grand temps que tous les pollueurs assument la responsabilité de leurs actes irréfléchis. L'autre préoccupation de nos citoyens, ce sont les nuisances sonores. Et 34% de nos plaintes reçues par notre ministère concernent le bruit excessif, qui stresse, irrite, provoque des problèmes de concentration, des troubles de l'apprentissage, perturbe le sommeil, entre autres répercussions sur l'organisme, sur tout organisme. Comme j'avais annoncé face à la presse le 30 janvier, après l'incident tragique de la caverne en décembre 2025, où une vie a été arrachée à cause d'un différend lié à de la musique trop forte, et ce qui s'était passé à la plage de Palmore se concrétise. L'amende pour nuisance sonore double, passant de 10 000 à 20 000 roupies. La pollution sonore n'affecte pas que les personnes dans les villes et villages, mais c'est aussi un problème récurrent sur nos plages. Et la Beach Authority est responsable de 145 plages publiques à Maurice et 12 à Rodrigue, a obtenu un budget plus important pour l'entretien des plages et travaille également sur la création des zones de baignade sous la surveillance des lifeguards, ainsi que sur un comportement plus responsable des pique-niqueurs à travers une vulgarisation de l'étiquette à être observée sur les plages. Madame la Présidente, l'érosion côtière. Ces plages, comme vous le savez, sont aussi aujourd'hui menacées par le changement climatique. La mer monte à 4,7 mm par an à Maurice, ce qui est au-dessus de la moyenne mondiale de 3,7 mm. Certaines plages ont déjà reculé de 30 mètres à l'heure où je vous parle. Ces plages qui appartiennent à tous les Mauriciens, que nos grands-parents connaissent, que nos parents ont fréquenté et que nos petits-enfants ne connaîtront peut-être plus. La réponse de ce gouvernement, 4 milliards pour réhabiliter plus de 11,5 km de côte sur 17 sites autour de l'île. Parce que nos plages sont notre identité, notre patrimoine, l'héritage que nous devons laisser à nos enfants et petits-enfants. Madame la Présidente, que ce soit Montchoisy, que ce soit Palmore, que ce soit Pointe-aux-Sables ou ailleurs, je veux être parfaitement transparent. Je n'ai aucun vestige d'intérêt, madame. Et j'agis strictement dans le cadre des pouvoirs qui me sont conférés par le Environment Act, qui est actuellement en phase de révision et qui a déjà reçu 700 propositions citoyennes. Parallèlement, des projets de loi sont en chantier pour protéger davantage nos zones écologiquement sensibles, ainsi que pour les wetlands. Et Maurice sera parmi les rares pays à introduire la protection des droits de la nature de la Constitution. Un cadre légal, oui, mais le plus important, Madame la Présidente, est un véritable changement de comportement face à l'environnement. L'éducation, Madame, au niveau de l'éducation, le changement durable commence dans les écoles. L'éducation environnementale, c'est le meilleur investissement à long terme que nous puissions faire. En une année, mon ministère a fait 120 sessions de sensibilisation touchant plus de 15 000 participants à travers l'île, dans des écoles primaires, secondaires, centres professionnels, incluant des expositions, des émissions radio, télévision, des ateliers. Ce n'est pas tout. 268 écoles participent aujourd'hui au programme de recyclage du papier, du carton. 1476 bacs de collecte distribués. 18,8 tonnes de papier qui seraient allés dans la décharge ont été collectés durant le projet pilote dans 22 établissements scolaires. J'en profite pour dire merci à mon collègue le ministre de l'Éducation pour son soutien et un grand bravo aux élèves de ces écoles. L'autre exemple, Madame la Présidente, de l'implication de la jeune génération, l'émission Blé Vert, sur laquelle nous travaillons avec la MBC, implique dans sa conception et réalisation également des étudiants de l'Université de Maurice. Par ailleurs, ce que nous avons constaté, comme l'environnement est un sujet préoccupant, il y a beaucoup de désinformation, de fake news de mauvaises interprétations. Il y a des personnes qui se réveillent chaque matin en attendant que pleuvent les problèmes pour pouvoir exister sur les réseaux sociaux. Alors, Madame la Présidente, plus sérieusement, l'environnement est un secteur passionnant. C'est avec un réel plaisir que j'ai retrouvé ce ministère. Depuis novembre 2024, je pratique une politique de porte ouverte, de transparence et de dialogue. La société civile, les ONG se reconnaîtront. Elles participent activement et siègent au sein de la Beach Authority, de Maurice Facilities et plusieurs comités, dont celui sur la gestion intégrée de nos côtes. Toute la population est appelée à faire des efforts pour transformer notre environnement et notre cadre de vie. Aucune loi, aussi bonne soit-elle, aucune institution aussi solide soit-elle, ne peut protéger l'environnement seul. Ce que nous faisons aujourd'hui, ce sont les générations de demain qui récolteront le fruit. On se pose souvent la question, quel environnement, quel pays, quelle planète on lèguera à nos enfants? Mais moi, la question que je pose, et que je termine là-dessus, Madame la Présidente, qui qualité de monde nous peut quitter pour nous, nos enfants et petits-enfants de la terre Maurice? Et je vous remercie.
Merci. Yes, honourable first member. Yes, 1 moment.
If I may.
Is it a point of order?
Yes, it is.
Yes, all right.
Madam Speaker, the point of order of the Leader of the Opposition under Standing Order 41. Under Standing Order 41.2, as you well know, when it has been stated, the member who raised it shall resume his or her seat, and no other member, except with the leave of the Speaker, may address the Chair. And I'm asking for leave to address the Chair at this stage.
All right, I grant you leave.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has referred to Standing Order 73 under the Appropriation Bill, which must be read, of course, in conjunction with Section 105 of the Constitution, more especially subsections 2 and 3 of the Constitution, which I will not, of course, bore everyone to read it out here. What is important is the difference between Standing Order 73.2 and 73.3, which basically makes a marked difference between the second reading and the committee stage. We are at the second reading, and under Standing Order 73.2, Madam Speaker, when the motion for the second reading of the bill has been made and seconded, which is the case here, the debate thereon shall be adjourned until the next sitting, and when resumed, shall imperative be confined to the general principles of government policy and administration as indicated by the bill and the estimates, the highlight being that we are talking of general principles and estimates. That must be read in contradistinction with subsection 3 of Standing Order 73, which places us in the next stage of the proceedings and the proceedings before in the House. So when the bill has been read a second time, it shall stand committed to the committee of the whole Assembly to be called the Committee of Supply, to which the estimates shall then also stand referred. Discussions at the committee shall be confined to the details of the expenditure contained in the programme, sub-programme or item of expenditure, and shall not refer to the general principles. Therefore, there is a marked difference between the second stage and the third stage, and I think that the point of order of the Leader of the Opposition at this stage is misconceived.
Thank you. You want to say a word? No? Yes? No, I wanted to take time to read it. I have read also myself Standing Orders 73, 2 and 3, and I think that the Attorney General is right. So for the moment, let us carry on with this part of our work, and which is what I wanted to do in the first place. So now I shall call on the first member of Stanley Rosil to make a speech.
Madame Speaker, la marge de manœuvre budgétaire du gouvernement est plus grande cette année que l'année dernière. Moody's l'avait souligné le 4 mai 2026 dans un rapport d'étape qui notait, je cite, Mauritius is making its first tangible progress on fiscal consolidation with budget execution, pointing to a material deficit reduction this financial year. Dans le budget présenté vendredi dernier et dans les discours des ministres depuis, le gouvernement a lui aussi souligné que la marge de manœuvre budgétaire du gouvernement est plus grande cette année que l'année dernière. C'est pourquoi la présentation du budget 2026-2027 vendredi dernier était l'occasion de faire deux choses à la fois. Lancer une offensive contre l'inflation premièrement, et deuxièmement, présenter un budget de relance économique. Malheureusement, le budget a été une double occasion ratée. L'inflation continuera d'augmenter et la relance économique ne sera pas au rendez-vous. Avec pour résultat que le pays risque fort d'aller vers la stagflation, c'est-à-dire d'une part l'inflation et de l'autre une croissance économique défaillante. Concernant l'inflation, Madame Speaker, selon la Banque de Maurice et autres, elle va s'accélérer pour passer à 5,5% en 2026 et pourrait dépasser 6% dépendant de la guerre du Golfe. Il faut rappeler que l'inflation est la taxe la plus injuste qui frappe toute la population et surtout les plus pauvres et démunis. Les mesures annoncées dans le budget 2026-2027 pour combattre l'inflation sont très décevantes. La marge de manœuvre budgétaire améliorée du gouvernement lui permettait d'éliminer ou au moins de diminuer les nombreuses taxes imposées sur l'essence et le diesel qui se répèrent sur tout. La loi sur les monopoles, les cartels et les abus de certains importateurs et commerçants aurait dû être amendée pour donner plus de pouvoir à la Competition Commission afin de permettre une meilleure utilisation du Price Stabilization Fund. La roupie, qui s'était stabilisée en 2025, s'est dépréciée de 3% depuis le début de 2026, ce qui nourrit l'inflation. Concernant la croissance économique, le GDP growth, Madame Speaker, la Banque de Maurice et le FMI prévoient qu'elle sera de seulement 2,8% en 2026 et très probablement moins après le budget de vendredi dernier. Le capital budget du gouvernement dans ce budget reste très bas, moins de 5% des dépenses totales du budget. Les investissements du secteur privé, qui représentent 80% des investissements du pays, ont baissé de 2,8% en 2025 et il est prévu qu'ils baissent de 1,7% en 2026. Il faut bien sûr, Madame Speaker, utiliser l'intelligence artificielle au maximum, mais ne pas oublier que c'est l'emploi dans plusieurs secteurs qui sera menacé. Le budget parle de unleashing the potential of the blue economy, mais les mesures proposées dans le budget ne vont pas loin. À part un SME bill, rien de nouveau pour les PME. Et pas un mot sur le potentiel de la biotechnologie. Madame Speaker, deux secteurs sur lesquels dépend toute l'économie du pays méritent une attention prioritaire et soutenue. La fourniture d'électricité et le port. Dans le cas de l'électricité, le danger d'une rupture continue d'augmenter malgré les efforts concernant l'énergie renouvelable. Et dans le port, des erreurs de stratégie risquent de nous coûter très cher. Dans le cas du tourisme et des services financiers, le budget ne propose rien de sérieux. Concernant la sécurité alimentaire, ce que le budget propose après avoir souligné que, je cite, Food insecurity is an existential risk. C'est vrai. Mais ce que le budget propose après avoir souligné cela n'est pas non plus sérieux. Madame Speaker, je terminerai par ce qui a dominé les débats budgétaires cette année. La réforme de la pension. Le gouvernement a été au-dessous de tout. Une confusion totale règne maintenant. C'est pourquoi il ne fallait pas prendre de décision avant de rendre public le rapport final de la commission d'experts. Et il faut maintenant tout revoir dans le dialogue avec tous ceux et celles concernés, à commencer par les retraités et leurs associations, mais aussi les syndicats. Cela est d'autant nécessaire qu'il semblerait que la commission d'experts qui a soumis un rapport intérimaire a été profondément divisée. La confusion totale qui règne actuellement, les pensionnés ont le droit de savoir ce qui est maintenant proposé pour ceux et celles entre 60 et 65 ans en remplacement du income support temporaire introduit l'année dernière et ce qui les attend à 65 ans et après. Et il faut bien expliquer comment fonctionnera le nouveau National Pension Fund. Madame Speaker, il y a toutes les raisons d'être très inquiet et triste aussi devant ce qui est en train d'arriver à notre pays, à son économie, son système de pension, sa gouvernance. Ce sera la lourde responsabilité d'un prochain et full-time ministre des Finances de relancer notre économie dans la justice sociale. Et ce sera la très lourde responsabilité d'un prochain Premier ministre de redresser et de vraiment changer notre pays. Je vous remercie, Madame la Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Housing.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have listened with a lot of interest to all members who have spoken on the budget. And as others on this side of the House have done, I myself would like to share my views on this particular budget, also with regards to my ministry, but on general issues as well. Madam Speaker, it's quite interesting how many of our friends sitting on the other side, and even our friends sitting outside this parliament, they, strangely enough, forget about the context every time. Every time you hear them when they have to criticize the budget, they adjust their observations in such a way as they carve out completely the last 10 years. let me at least try to remind for the next few minutes our friends here, Madam Speaker, and outside, that the context and the background is of utmost importance. We cannot in any way cast it aside. So let us remember the situation as it was during the past 10 years. A government that the leader of the opposition formed part of that had no respect for democracy. That's fact. Le gouvernement dirigé par Feu Sahanirudh Jagnnath et aussi le gouvernement dirigé par Pravin Jagnnath n'était jamais à l'écoute de la population. N'oublions pas, Madame la Présidente, les grandes manifestations de Wakashio. N'oublions pas la manifestation du peuple et le dégoût de la population quand il s'agissait de l'affaire Papa Piti. Il n'est pas normal, alors, Madame la Présidente, que ceux qui, à certains moments, critiquaient la position du gouvernement MSM sur Papa Piti ou sur Wakashio, ou la déroute totale en ce qui concerne le respect des droits démocratiques and the destruction of human rights, il n'est pas possible, Madame la Présidente, qu'aujourd'hui, ces mêmes personnes, aujourd'hui, frottent leurs épaules à ces mêmes dictateurs. Il n'est pas normal et je ne comprends pas comment je vois des alliances se former avec des fossoyeurs du passé. Ce n'est pas quelque chose que je comprends. À l'époque, quand le peuple est descendu et a crié haut et fort leur désapprobation pour l'affaire Wakashio, qu'est-ce que le gouvernement Jagnnath a fait? Cela. Go to hell, he said. Walk, walk. We are not going to be interested. We'll not budge. We are firm. We are going to continue. They did not listen to the people. What happened when people said, bring back democracy, bring back human rights? Let us at least have the aspects of our constitution not flouted, not violated. What did they do? Go to hell. This is what was happening. We had promised that we would listen to the people. Whenever they had something to say, we would listen up. We would hear and we would take action whenever we found that what they were saying was relevant. Because they are the ones who brought us here. That was the change we promised. They are the ones who brought us here, elected us on a promise of change. Now, the first opportunity that we have now to show that we are different from the past, we've just had it. The Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister heard, listened, paid attention, consulted on the proposals, and he heard the people, he heard his ministers, he heard his partners. Then he took time to consider, and he decided to say, okay, I will go along with what the people have said. But there are consequences, there are risks. The difference in that approach, Madam Speaker, is that he did not decide to dictate, even though he reminded us of the consequences. He did not decide to impose and go against what the people had said. He heard, he showed he has a heart and decided to act as the former Prime Minister did not have even the ability to act. The former Prime Minister never listened. This Prime Minister listens. So when he acts in that way, still the opposition find it problematic. If this is not political hypocrisy, what is it? So I'd like, therefore, to say congratulations to the Prime Minister. Not only for the courage he has shown, because we are living difficult times. We are living difficult times, and I will show it in a few minutes. Difficult times. I'd say congratulations to the Honourable Prime Minister because he has had the courage to do what many would have run away from. He has had the courage. Let me talk about the last decade of the MSM. Many of my friends have, but let me talk about it. You see, I've tried to carry out a simple calculation, Madam Speaker, a calculation to understand what has the management of the MSM in the past 10 years done to this country and whether it has impacted in any way our ability to continue with the BRP as we knew it. I wanted to make a correlation between the two. Have the MSM acted in such a negligent, criminally negligent manner that has created a situation where it has reduced our marge de maneuver with regards to the BRP. And the facts and the figures are there. Madam Speaker, we are not here to face a system. It is a system, in fact, which we're facing, a system that the MSM have put in place. Not a series of scandals, but a very well thought out system. And the pattern of losses that are documented, Madam Speaker, constitutes systemic state capture, not isolated mismanagement, Madam Speaker. Discrete affairs across procurement, banking, sovereign investment, parastatal management, share recurring intermediaries, recurring law firms, recurring beneficiaries, recurring methods of evasion. Madam Speaker, how can we forget, and maybe we start, commençons par le commencement. My good friend, the Minister of Environment, referred to the BAI bailout. But I haven't forgotten those who were in the MSM government, and the MSM government led by Saniro Jagnat. Do we forget those who were standing there and telling the people it will not cost a penny de l'argent de la population? Don't we remember who those ministers were? Did they not come and say it in the eyes of the people? It would not cost a penny. L'argent du peuple ne va pas être utilisé dans ce qu'on décide. It was a political vendetta. Who? Oh. Who? Oh. 17.9 billion confirmed injected in the BAI NPF matter. The BAI Bank of Mauritius Brahma matter. Wasn't this an engineered crush by the former government? And who were the ministers then who stood up and said, and looked at the people in their eyes and said, this will not cost the people a penny? But then, how much did it cost? 3.5 billion rupees, confirmed. BAI Mobank injection, as at date, I may be wrong, I speak under the correction of the Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister, and the Junior Minister. As at date, 5.2 billion has been injected in Mobank. What about the matter that is pending? Rawat versus for the BAI before Mauritian courts. 100 billion still pending contingent liability. What about Britam Kenya shares? The Britam Kenya shares sold, and the investigation in Kenya, Madam Speaker, and together with the investigation in Mauritius, what did it show? There is some common denominator there, that it was sold for a minimum of 1.5 billion rupees less to 2 billion rupees less. Where did that money go? Who were the ministers responsible? Who were the ones who were in charge of the country then? If I'm not mistaken, was the leader of the opposition among them?
Yeah.
Was he not among that team? He was. Was he not the ones who stood there shoulder to shoulder in one rank and stood there and said, we stand collectively behind this massacre? Was it not them? Can I rub shoulders with people like that? No. In the name of what? Can I even contemplate an alliance with such people who have destroyed this country? And they take the moral horse, the high horse, and say, oh, well, we are the better people. I'll come to the leader of the MSM in a minute. Betamax Privy Council, 5.68 billion. What about the resignation or literally kicked out the former Deputy Prime Minister Colin Davelou on the Saint-Louis Gate matter, 4.3 billion. What about Mauritius bailout, as you rightly said, 12 billion. What about the airports holding goodwill overvaluation of 17 billion? What about the MIC impairment? 5.4 billion. What about the MIC convertible loss? 3.7 billion. What about Blackback and Blister? What about Molupiravir? What about Wakashio damage? of around 2.8 billion? What about the hidden debt reclassification of 30 billion? What about the city power matter that is still pending before courts? 30 billion. What about the Rawat arbitration matter? As I've said, case court still pending. What about the STC white oil contract being investigated by the FCC? What about the heritage city? We've forgotten about the Bollywood dancers that were supposed to come here and dance us away into the horizon. We've forgotten? Oh, what about the COVID emergency procurement and irregularities? What about Mobank recurring recapitalization? What about BAI special administrators and conservators? What about the SBM toxic loans of around 14 billion? Madam Speaker, please. You know, and that is the background. The background that the leader of the opposition and his future allies were contemplating to rub the shoulders against. Just simply, they put a mark on it and say it didn't happen. You know what? Selective memory. We know that the people of Mauritius are hurting. We know that the people of Mauritius are impatient. We know that the people of this country want change. We know, but we can't forget, can we? How can we forget? Madam Speaker, I have calculated and we have reached the losses expressed over the last decade of this criminal management of the MSM. 185 billion. Here again, 185 billion thrown away. They tell us to forget about it. They tell us it didn't happen. And the people today are angry because they are not being arrested as fast as they took the money away. But we cannot go against what law says. We have to follow the law because otherwise they're going to escape through the cracks. Do you know what it represents? 185 billion, Madam Speaker? It represents 40 months of BOP. I did the correlation. 40 mois de pension que la gestion criminelle du MSM a fait qu'on a perdu. 40 mois, 3 ans, point 3 mois. Volatilisé. Et le leader du MSM et le leader de l'opposition et ses acolytes viennent et nous dire, mais vous faites quoi de cela? Je vous dis ce que je fais de ça. 40, it's not a coincidence, is it? Hein? Alibaba and the 40 thieves. Is it a coincidence? And I wonder what Abjad Khan would say in Shule. Would it? Should I? And you know what really hurts, Madam Speaker, is that those people, they talk as though they've done nothing wrong. They've done everything right. And in fact, for them, it's totally normal to have dévalisé ce pays. Totally normal. And they're going to come forward here and they're so desperate to get back to power to give them another. No, you know what? They're so desperate. They're so desperate that, allons au moins rigoler. Hein? Allons rigoler. You see, the leader of the opposition was so desperate, he's so desperate to try to mark political points. Do you know how many people suffer from diabetes here? The Honorable Minister of Health will tell us. Over 200,000, approximately more than 20% of the adult population suffer from diabetes. The global average is 10%. Plus de 200,000 personnes qui souffrent du diabète, le double de la moyenne mondiale. Et depuis 2022, l'OMC dit qu'on doit introduire ce qu'on appelle sin taxes. I don't mean the sins of the opposition. I mean other sin taxes. True it is, they have to be taxed for their sins. At least we could recoup the 186 billion. But let us do that another day. You know, the responsibility, the fiscal responsibility legislation will come. But then, that opposition, they laugh about sugar content of coconut. They laughed about my coconuts. Well, not my coconuts. At least it's a question of size. They laughed about my sugary coconuts and they laughed about your goyab de Chine. You know? How desperate are they? Do you realize, Madam Speaker, it shows that they're totally disconnected. They're disconnected with reality. And they sell lies to the people. You see how they kept it quiet? Do you know that in our supermarkets, on the shelves, there are coconut juices, coconut water. Do you know that each of those coconut waters on the shelves contains 27 grams of sugar per can? Moi, fais commission, moi, pas fait Jacques Nac, reste à casa, total 5 minutes. Moi, la commission, moi, pas besoin de bodyguard, moi, toi. Ouais, moi, la state, toi.
Come back to your speech.
Yes, I should not say the
It was interesting.
So what I'm saying, 27 grams per can. So what does the leader of the opposition say? What does the leader of the MSM say? Does he forget that as from 2022, 2023, his government imposed sin tax, not on themselves, but on the sugar content? Does he forget about that? Then he didn't laugh. He imposed a tax on alcohol. He didn't find anything to say about it. He imposed taxes on plastic. He didn't have anything to say about it. How hypocritical can you be? How can you sell such boba, such lies, such inexactitude? How can you do this in the name of morality? This country is going where with people like that at the helm? Where are we going? 27 grams. I challenge that leader of the opposition. Tell people of this country that at least you did not tell them the total truth when you were laughing about my sweet coconuts. Because I care about those who lose their toes, who lose their limbs, who lose their eyesight, and who have cardiac problems because of diabetes. I do not do politics about it. I do not do what you do with your former partner, Mr. Badin. I want this country to at least survive, and a sin tax is important. Madam Speaker.
Yes, please come to your...
Oh, but this is all about
it's all right.
It is there.
Don't worry, I'm diabetic, so I understand. But come back to your ministry, perhaps.
I can assure you I was there in my mind. I'll share it with you in a minute. Let me say something else, Madam Speaker. You see, when you face people who have autant de démagogie, you are totally right, Madam Speaker. We have to come to the real world. The real world that you meet people who do not sell lies in order to profit from same, but who take courageous decisions. And I'd like to tell you once again, before I embark upon the elements of my ministry, that this Prime Minister has the courage as a leader, as a statesman, to take these courageous decisions, and I congratulate him for that. This is the one who's leading the country. Now, Madam Speaker, to come back to housing.
Please.
In this current financial year, 2026-2027, we will be delivering over 5,200 houses. But I am not happy with the model that we have adopted, because this model, in fact, is dépassé, in my view. I have had opportunities of discussing with the Honorable Prime Minister and my cabinet colleagues, the Ministry of Finance, the Financial Secretary, and I help that team for all their help, together with the Social Security and the Deputy Prime Minister as well, because we are working as one team to find solutions. There is the need, therefore, to have not only social housing, because another category of citizens are the forgotten ones. Ceux qui sont les oubliés dans l'équation. Those who earn more than 48,000 rupees, those who earn and are youngsters who don't have homes and who cannot take a loan because of the high prices of property, the affordable homes. So I've discussed with the Ministry of Finance, as I've said, and yes, we are embarking upon a new way of looking at things. For social housing, we're going to ensure that there are sites and services that also come back on the equation. We want to ensure, and the discussions are ongoing, we haven't finalized it, Discussions are ongoing with the Ministry of Finance in order where we can identify sites for sites and services, try our best to see how we could give them a seed money, if I am to say, for example, $1 million, that could help them to build their homes, but would also allow them to take a loan for, let's say, 2 or 3 million. So that be la participation de la personne qui doit construire la maison. This is the difference in approach that we want to bring. Secondly, for affordable housing, public-private partnership. Government is going to encourage those who are in the private sector to bring in the capital that is required. We're going to give them the land for affordable housing, but à la condition that they will sell this to people at a better price, at a more competitive price, at an accessible price, and will allow those youngsters in the middle income, affordable homes, that they will become owners of proper homes as well, because they have been forgotten for too long. I have discussed as well with the Ministry of Finance, but the discussions are ongoing, how we could ensure that those youngsters, in order for promoters to bring in their capital, that them some sort of fiscal advantage is given in order to make it also beneficial for them as well. Otherwise, they would not bring their capital. If the former government for smart cities have managed to give tax incentives, we have to be able to give tax incentives for those who do not have a home. This is the important element. Now, with regards to smart cities, Madam Speaker, it's important to remember that there was a commitment in the smart city certificate that they had to build affordable homes. But there's been no proper monitoring by the former government. There's been no proper monitoring by those who form part of cabinet then. But we are going to sit down with all those smart city certificate holders to ensure that the commitment to build affordable homes as well is there. This is our promise, and this is what we're going to do. We are having ongoing discussions with regards to asbestos in homes. For the first time ever, we are not here to find half-baked solutions. We are here to find solutions that will really make things change. So this is what will happen. We're going to continue. We'll have the statistics from Statistics Mauritius that's completed. We have the laboratory reports from London that have come in, and we will be calling another meeting, an interministerial meeting with the Ministry of Finance in order to see how we could go for new policies such as exchange of land or give them social housing that we're building, what we will compensate them. So this is ongoing. With regards to big breeders, this is not within the mandate of my ministry, but I'm chairing the interministerial committee. And I must say, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Junior Minister David as well, who forms part of that committee, and all other ministers, because they, oh, there you are, because, so, yes, and I will not forget all the inputs and suggestions. I thank both my colleagues, ministers who are here next to me, because they have been, without them, I don't think we would have managed to really find the direction that we will find, but I will be making a statement on that soon in the National Assembly. Madam Speaker, there is something that has come up in recent past, and I must talk about it. Now, as Minister responsible for housing and land, all pas géométriques, all domaine public maritime is under the guardianship of my ministry. We are guardians of this land. And for many, many years, a lot of those who own leases, ceux qui ont des baux sur les campements sites or industrial lease, have been under the wrong impression, and I'd like to set records straight. They've been under the wrong impression that because they lease the land that is sur le littoral, en pas géométrique, domaine public, they have exclusive use of the land that is the strip between the high water mark and the building line. I have myself walked on the beaches of this country. Madam Speaker, the white sand around our island, it is an asset for this country. Our forefathers have come from many continents. Our forefathers have crossed those white beaches when entering firm ground. It is in our DNA. It is a domaine public that belongs to Mauritians. And this is something that has to be underlined, and it has to remain for Mauritians. For many years, there's been this wrong interpretation of the law, believing that because they are lessees, they have exclusive use over that strip of land between the building line and the high water mark. That is not true. And I have issued a communiqué only yesterday. I've had representations pouring in because hotel owners, campement site owners, and members of the public would like things to be put in a structured manner. I have sent also a note to the Attorney General whereby I have requested advice on the advisability of coming up with 2 regulations in order to clarify matters. But let me here take advantage of this opportunity because it is important at this time to clarify matters. Now, there needs to be the public that lives side by side, the coexisting rights of the public and the campement site owners and hotel site owners. There is a necessity to make a distinction between usage commun and usage privatif. The members of the public have to know this, and campement site owners and hotel owners have to know that. It cannot include the use by ordinary public. It cannot include camping, because this would be privatif. It cannot include coming up and setting up camp to carry out a barbecue. That would be usage privatif. It cannot mean erection of tents, loud music. And by the way, on loud music, I have been speaking to my friends in government. Even on public beaches, we have to show responsibility. Because we cannot go to public beaches and have 20 people playing 20 different music. This is unacceptable. And it is high time, because the lack of respect that they're showing to the police as well, unacceptable. So I totally agree with my friend who is responsible for the public beaches and the beach authority, through the beach authority, that there needs to be some order there. You cannot accept that. So just like you cannot have loud music and barbecue wherever you want on a public beach, there needs to be discipline, even more so when it concerns leases that exist on pas géométrique and domaine public, where there are campement site owners and hotel operators as well. Because let's not forget, yes, they pay us rent for it, they pay the state rent, but on that part of the land, they do not have the exclusive use and have no right to exclude Mauritians. But I call upon the citizens of this country, if I've taken it upon myself, for the first time in a long time, to take and underline the right legal position, to ensure that no one can exclude Mauritians from that strip, because I myself have been excluded from that strip. Oh yes. I went to visit in the north of the island, and a lady sitting down, having a nice bronzage, she said to me, qu'est-ce que vous faites chez moi? Huh? And I introduced myself as the Minister of Housing and Land, and she said, je répète, qu'est-ce que vous faites chez moi? And I was beyond the high water mark and before the building line, and I said, Madame, s'il vous plaît, votre chien. And she said, mon chien, it's home, chez lui. Vous n'êtes pas là, chez vous. So I said, Madame, je vous promets, je vais m'occuper de vous. Because I think it would be wrong for me to leave people who are unaware of the law in ignorance. Nemo sensetur ignorare legem. Nul n'est censé ignorer la loi. But then again, it is important, at least for me, to remind them. That's my duty to all citizens of this country. But with that right comes responsibility as well. Just like it is not okay for campement site owners to put barrage in terms of ropes, in terms of signs, but it is not also right for Mauritians or non-Mauritians, non-citizens to go there and make a mess and create disorder. Il faut savoir vivre ensemble. This is what I'm asking the people to do. The great majority of Mauritians today feel liberated because of this, having underlined what the rights are. But I'm asking them, make things easy for everyone. Don't make things difficult. Make it easy. Let us live together in one peaceful country. Madam Speaker, I think it is very important for me to underline an issue which has been going on. Just like Honorable Amir Miak spoke about it on the issue of Wakaf. Today is Friday, and I've seen certain sermons that have been going on about supposedly the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance is trying to interfere into the operation of Wakaf. Let me clearly say what it is. I would not stand by and allow any interfering in Wakaf. Neither would any of my colleagues here. None of my colleagues, not even the Prime Minister, would stand for it. The budget of 26-2027, through Section 75 of the Annex, does propose 7 amendments to the Waqf Act. It does. The amendments establish comprehensive AML-CFT oversight framework, including beneficial ownership transparency, information sharing with the Financial Crimes Commission, mandatory record keeping, and disciplinary powers over Waqf managers. The amendments do not transfer ownership or Waqf property to the state, do not authorize expropriation, do not dissolve Waqfs, do not direct the religious purposes of any Waqf. They do, however, significantly expand the state's regulatory oversight of Waqf. Regulatory oversight, that's different. And it is important in line with FATF recommendation number 8. We have to be in line with those international standards. Malaysia has done it. And they've gone even further in terms of government oversight. Stringent oversight. Singapore has gone even further. Malaysia is an example. But here, there is a degree of flexibility, a total independence of the Waqf board, the Waqf members, and the Waqf property. Kadwan is not controlling. So therefore, I'd like to reassure members on this. Let me also finish on something else. When the former Deputy Prime Minister was here, there were certain committees that were going on with regards to the Waqf legislation, and we have given the responsibility to a very well-versed in this with Honorable Yutim, who has legal expertise on the matter, which we bow to, and he is working on the possibility of, and he is well advanced in there, on revamping the Waqf legislation in terms of internationalization of the Waqf laws and making it an outil which will become a pilier économique as well, in certain manner of speaking. And we will be meeting together for that. But another legislation that we are also working on is the Islamic Cultural Center ICC Act. Why? Because recently our government, through the efforts of our government, the Prime Minister and our ambassador in Saudi Arabia, has ensured that with our Foreign Affairs Minister, and I'm very grateful to you, that we get the $6 million which had been promised, but we have made it happen. It didn't stay there as an idea, and we have made it happen. And I am very thankful to all my colleagues for it, but more specifically, the Honorable Prime Minister. But in order for it to come, we'll need also to ensure that the law is amended in order for it to be managed properly. So that is why I can say that there are going to be changes with regards to that. On a concluding note, let me say the following. Yesterday, I have had a meeting, there are 2 points. Yesterday, I had a meeting with 32 operators of the Mauritius port area. I had a meeting with the 32 operators, companies, energy companies, oil companies, and I have proposed to them regeneration of the land belonging to the Mauritius Port Authority with the consent of the Mauritius Port Authority next to Terrain Football Kaya in Rochebois. I have also proposed to them next to Stade 1er février, Gymnase 1er février, revamping of that area. But I have knocked at their door in order to help us financially to revamp those 2 areas. And I'm happy to say that they have responded very positively. I will be knocking at the door of the Prime Minister, obviously, in order to see whether we could allow them to direct their money to help that area of Rochebois to revamp this, the place where they make millions and billions, and at least to share it with the members, the inhabitants of Rochebois in terms of facilities, that any fiscal alleviation and incentives in order to help them. And lastly, let me say, I'm very happy to note as well that the Gaddafi Square in our constituency, the Ministry of Finance has given us the funds in order to appoint a transaction advisor, because this will be a project, a public-private partnership project to revamp the whole market, to revamp this building, to have floors. It will be a mixed-use project with floors as well for affordable housing for citizens of this country. So this whole area is going to be modernized, and I thank the Honourable Prime Minister for having made funds available to appoint this transaction advisor. So, Madam Speaker, let me conclude by saying that I've listened very carefully to the former Deputy Prime Minister, just like I've listened to all others. We should not lose hope, depending on where we sit on this side or the other. It cannot depend on that. If we believe in the difficulty that there existed last year, as the Deputy Prime Minister had expatiated in his address last year in Parliament, That is truth. It doesn't change depending where you are. Let us also say that we are making the efforts with regards to inflation and the prices of commodities. We are bringing changes. I was the first, as leader of the opposition at one point, to have raised this issue of parallel import. I raised it in this house as leader of the opposition. And I'm happy that not only have I raised it when we were in the opposition, not only did we face the opposition of the MSM, who found it to be wrong. The minister then, I remember Doreen Chakori, did not even understand what parallel meant, let alone import. But then again, we are bringing it. And this parallel import changes in the legislation is going to touch medication, it's going to touch spare parts, it's going to go everywhere to ensure that there's competition, but there is fair competition. And in fact, what the Honorable former Deputy Prime Minister had said, I can reassure him that all those are taken into consideration, and we will ensure that it is taken to conclusion and we will implement it. So let me finish, therefore, this time really finish by saying congratulations, Prime Minister. It takes a lot of guts and that you have managed to keep your calm in spite of all these difficulties. I must say that even though I'm in my 5th mandate, I keep learning, and I keep learning a lot from you, sir. So thank you very much.
Members, honourable members, I will ask the Deputy Speaker to take the chair for a while. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Prime Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. Je voudrais féliciter mon collègue, le ministre d'État et du Logement, qui a intervenu avant moi pour son intervention. Mr. Deputy Speaker, at this defining moment for our Republic, when the choices we make will shape both the strength of our economy and the resilience of our society, I wish at the very outset to express my support for the budget speech 2026-2027 delivered by the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, whom I sincerely congratulate. Much has already been said about this budget. Yet, amidst the debates, there have also been misunderstandings and moments of confusion. It is therefore essential to reaffirm with clarity and conviction what this budget truly represents. This budget is not a mere ledger of figures. It is a vision for renewal. It is a pledge of responsibility and solidarity, of economic rationality and social justice. Above all, it is the assurance that the government stands ready to reconstruct, to rehabilitate, and to safeguard the destiny of our Republic for generations to come. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the economy has started the year on a positive note. Real GDP grew by 3.2% in 2025. Inflation eased to 3.7%. Unemployment fell to 5.7%. And gross official foreign reserves stand at USD 10.3 billion. With over 1.4 million tourist arrivals, generating 103.4 billion rupees in receipts, these gains have strengthened our resilience. Yet, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we must be honest about our fiscal reality. The financial year 2025-26 deficit is estimated at 6.0% of GDP. Public sector debt is 87.8% of GDP, and interest payments total 26.9 billion rupees, approximately 10.7% of government expenditure, and roughly equal to what we spend on health. This budget therefore seeks to restore balance, targeting a 3.7% deficit in 2026-27 and reducing public debt to 85.5% by June 2027 to bring it below 80% by June 2029 while sustaining growth and ensuring social cohesion. Monsieur le Vice-président, dans un esprit profondément humain, nous avons entendu les commentaires des Mauriciens. Nous avons entendu l'inquiétude, l'émotion et parfois l'incompréhension. Les membres de cette Assemblée se sont exprimés. Le MMM a fait valoir son point. L'honorable Premier ministre a écouté. Il a annoncé l'abandon du means test. Il importe désormais que nous réfléchissions à la manière d'atténuer l'impact de cette décision. Il est clair qu'il faudra sans doute réduire les dépenses d'investissement, capital expenditure. Car sans cela, où trouver cet argent? Le Premier ministre l'a dit lui-même, il est soucieux des préoccupations de la population. Mais il ne fait aucun doute que cette décision aura des conséquences sur le déficit budgétaire et sur la dette du secteur public. Une réforme des pensions est depuis longtemps nécessaire et tous le savent. Les actuaires le répètent depuis des années. Des politiciens aussi l'ont dit. Mais aujourd'hui, il y a comme une hypocrisie politico-électorale. Oui, une hypocrisie politico-électorale parce que cette réforme, tout le monde l'a réclamée jusqu'au jour où il fallait la faire. Là, curieusement, les voix divergent. Monsieur le Vice-président, les pensions resteront pour de longues années encore une composante majeure des dépenses publiques. C'est pourquoi il est essentiel de trouver la meilleure formule, celle qui fera le moins mal, tout en tenant compte de notre réalité économique. Monsieur le Vice-président, ce budget place l'intelligence artificielle au cœur de notre stratégie pour bâtir une économie plus forte et plus résiliente. Investissement dans la connectivité et les infrastructures numériques, formation à grande échelle et équiper notre main-d'œuvre en compétences pratiques. Autant de leviers qui créeront des emplois à haute valeur ajoutée, renforceront la productivité des entreprises et du secteur public et développeront nos exportations de services numériques. The AI revolution must not be something that happens to Mauritius. It must be something that Mauritius prepares for, participates in and benefits from, a indiqué le Premier ministre au paragraphe 17 du budget 2026-2027. Dans cette direction, le gouvernement formera 25 000 Mauriciens aux compétences pratiques en intelligence artificielle au cours de la prochaine année. Enseignants, étudiants, fonctionnaires, développeurs et entrepreneurs. Combinés à des incitations ciblées, à une nouvelle zone économique spéciale pour l'investissement de haute technologie et à des mesures claires de gouvernance et de cybersécurité. Ces actions généreront de l'emploi dans tous les secteurs et renforceront notre potentiel de croissance. Monsieur le vice-président, l'accent mis par le Premier ministre sur l'intelligence artificielle, l'IA, et la transformation numérique est à la fois courageux et visionnaire. Il dit clairement une chose, la technologie doit servir les gens. La question de l'égalité des genres est plus simple. Qu'est-ce que cela signifie concrètement pour une femme qui ne sait pas où aller pour trouver protection, conseil juridique, soutien psychologique ou tout autre service que mon ministère offre? Pour une femme entrepreneur qui ignore les dispositifs qu'elle peut solliciter. Pour une jeune fille issue d'un milieu modeste, à qui personne n'a jamais dit que l'économie numérique a une place pour elle. C'est à travers ce prisme que mon ministère aborde l'IA et la transformation numérique, non pas comme une mise à niveau technologique, mais comme une question d'accessibilité. Aujourd'hui, nos Women Empowerment Centers, nos Gender Cells, nos Family Support Services, le National Women Council et le National Women Entrepreneur Council opèrent à travers toute l'île, mais la connexion entre eux reste inégale. Les données sont fragmentées. Les actions de sensibilisation sont souvent générales, là où elles devraient être ciblées. Un agent qui souhaite orienter le public n'a pas toujours le tableau complet. L'IA et les outils numériques peuvent combler ces lacunes, non pas en remplaçant l'interaction humaine, qui est au cœur de notre travail, mais en la rendant mieux informée, mieux coordonnée et mieux calibrée dans le temps. Pour les femmes entrepreneurs en particulier, l'opportunité est concrète. Un meilleur accès au numérique et des outils d'information assistés par l'IA signifie qu'une femme qui crée une entreprise, qui formalise son activité ou qui cherche à se développer n'a plus à se perdre seule dans un labyrinthe de dispositifs et de procédures. Elle peut être guidée vers la formation, vers le crédit, vers le programme She Invents, vers l'incubateur dédié aux femmes dans le cadre du schéma PME, vers les opportunités d'innovation que ce budget a ouvert. L'IA peut également renforcer notre travail de prévention. Avec les garde-fous appropriés, une meilleure utilisation des données ventilées par sexe peut nous permettre de voir où se situent les lacunes avant qu'elles ne deviennent des crises. Cela permettra à mon ministère de passer de la réaction à l'anticipation, surtout dans les cas de violence basée sur le genre. Mais je voudrais être claire sur un point, Monsieur le Vice-président. Une femme qui cherche protection n'a pas besoin d'un algorithme. Elle a besoin d'une personne qui l'écoute. Le jugement humain, l'empathie, la confidentialité et la dignité ne sont pas des fonctionnalités que la technologie peut reproduire et nous ne prétendons pas le contraire. La valeur de l'IA dans ce ministère est d'aider nos agents à mieux servir, à toucher plus loin et à agir plus rapidement, à soutenir le visage humain du service public, pas à le remplacer. Monsieur le vice-président, les femmes de ce pays doivent sentir que le gouvernement est plus proche d'elles, plus facile d'accès, mieux informé de leurs besoins et plus capable d'accompagner leur parcours vers la sécurité, la dignité, les compétences, l'entrepreneuriat et l'indépendance. C'est ainsi que l'IA et la transformation numérique contribueront au travail de mon ministère, non pas comme une ambition technologique abstraite, mais comme un outil concret pour rendre l'égalité de genre et l'autonomisation des femmes plus réelles dans la vie quotidienne de nos citoyennes. Monsieur le vice-président, je voudrais m'arrêter sur 3 mesures qui me tiennent particulièrement à cœur et qui, je crois, méritent toute notre attention. La première, c'est le congé de maternité porté à 1 an. Permettez-moi de commencer par un fait que la science établit sans ambiguïté. Les 1000 premiers jours de vie d'un enfant, de la conception jusqu'à ses 2 ans, sont la période la plus déterminante de son existence. Ce n'est pas une métaphore, c'est de la neurologie. Durant ces mois, le cerveau de l'enfant se construit à une vitesse qui ne se reproduira jamais. Le contact physique, la voix de la mère, sa présence constante, tout cela structure littéralement l'architecture cérébrale de cet enfant. Un enfant séparé trop tôt de sa mère n'est pas seulement privé de confort, il est privé d'un cadre de développement que rien ensuite ne remplace entièrement. Monsieur le vice-président, quand ce budget propose un congé de maternité d'1 an, il ne fait pas de cadeau aux femmes, il fait un investissement dans le capital humain de demain. Ce sont nos enfants, c'est notre avenir collectif. De nos jours, nous ne vivons plus à Maurice dans des familles élargies. La grand-mère dans la cour, la tante à la maison, le réseau naturel qui entourait une jeune mère et son nouveau-né, cette île-là, cette Maurice-là n'existe plus. Cette Maurice-là recule. Aujourd'hui, des milliers de couples élèvent leurs enfants seuls, sans filet familial. Et quand le congé se termine trop vite, l'option qui reste, c'est la garderie. Et il m'est impossible de ne pas établir ce lien entre cette cassure émotionnelle précoce, cette séparation imposée dès les premiers mois et certains comportements que nous observons chez nos enfants et nos adolescents aujourd'hui. Je ne dis pas que c'est la seule cause, mais je dis que ce n'est pas sans lien et que nous avons avec cette mesure l'occasion de commencer à y répondre. Concrètement, 6 mois à plein salaire, suivis de 6 mois optionnels, partiellement rémunérés. Et pour les mères dont la nature du travail le permet, je rejoins mon jeune collègue, le ministre du Travail, le travail à domicile comme option réelle durant cette période. Pour que la mère qui le souhaite puisse rester connectée à son employeur sans se séparer complètement de son enfant. C'est la logique du lien préservé avec l'enfant, avec le travail, avec la vie professionnelle qu'elle a construite. Monsieur le vice-président, le congé de paternité porté à 6 semaines, c'est la reconnaissance d'une réalité que les jeunes pères de ce pays vivent et que la loi n'avait pas encore pleinement reconnue. Un père présent dans les premières semaines, ce n'est pas un luxe, c'est un pilier pour l'enfant, pour la mère, pour l'équilibre du foyer. Et c'est aussi un signal envoyé aux entreprises. La responsabilité parentale n'est pas une affaire de femmes, elle est partagée. Ce rééquilibrage a une valeur qui dépasse le congé lui-même. Un pas a été franchi, mais nous pourrons aller plus loin à l'avenir vers un congé de parentalité partagée. Monsieur le vice-président, certains ont argué que des employeurs pourraient être tentés de voir dans ces mesures une raison de moins recruter des femmes. Or, le Employment Rights Act, le Employment Relations Act encadre et protège les droits des travailleurs, y compris contre toute forme de discrimination à l'embauche. Ce cadre légal existe, il s'applique. L'Equal Opportunities Commission est là. Un employeur ne peut légalement pas écarter une femme de l'embauche au motif qu'elle pourrait prendre un congé de maternité. La Commission peut ouvrir une enquête de sa propre initiative et la charge de la preuve dans ce type de plainte incombe à l'employeur. Toute entreprise qui penserait pouvoir contourner ces protections devra y réfléchir à 2 fois. Une femme qualifiée, motivée, qui revient de congé de maternité avec son enfant stabilisé et son équilibre retrouvé, c'est un atout pour une entreprise, pas un fardeau. Les pays qui ont compris cela ont des taux de productivité et de rétention des talents féminins qui le prouvent. Monsieur le vice-président, il y a le congé menstruel, 1 jour par mois. J'ai vu les commentaires et les sourires en coin. J'ai vu, et c'est ce qui m'a le plus frappé, des femmes se moquer d'autres femmes à ce sujet. Et je vais être direct. Mesdames, si vous n'avez jamais connu ce jour-là, ce jour où la douleur est si intense qu'elle vous cloue au lit, où se lever relève de l'exploit, où aucun antalgique ne suffit, alors vous avez de la chance. Sincèrement, réjouissez-vous-en. Mais ne confondez pas votre chance avec une norme et ne vous moquez pas de celles pour qui ce jour est une réalité mensuelle, parfois invalidante, souvent vécue dans le silence et la honte parce que précisément on leur a appris à ne pas en parler. Monsieur le vice-président, il y a des femmes dans ce pays qui élèvent seules leurs enfants, qui n'ont personne pour les remplacer à la maison, qui vont au travail ce jour-là parce qu'elles n'ont pas le choix et qui souffrent en silence pendant 8 heures. Ce jour de congé, c'est la reconnaissance que cette souffrance existe, qu'elle est légitime, qu'elle n'a pas à être cachée. Les modalités seront définies. Il est clair qu'un certificat médical sera nécessaire et que la discrétion des responsables des ressources humaines sera indispensable pour garantir la confidentialité. Ce n'est pas un privilège, c'est du respect. Monsieur le vice-président, ces 3 mesures forment un tout cohérent. Elles disent aux femmes de ce pays, votre corps, votre maternité, votre rôle de mère ne sont pas des obstacles à votre vie professionnelle. Ils font partie de qui vous êtes et ce gouvernement les reconnaît pleinement. Monsieur le vice-président, ce budget est construit sur 4 principes directeurs: responsabilité, solidarité, efficacité économique et justice sociale. Ce sont les mots du Premier ministre lui-même. Et c'est précisément à travers ce prisme de justice sociale que mon ministère aborde la question de la protection des femmes contre la violence et l'abus domestique. Car une économie qui se reconstruit, une société qui avance, tout cela ne tient pas si derrière les portes fermées de milliers de foyers, des femmes continuent de vivre dans la peur. La croissance du PIB ne dit rien à une femme qui ne peut pas quitter sa chambre. Les chiffres du chômage en baisse ne signifient rien pour une femme que son conjoint empêche de travailler. La solidarité nationale que prône ce budget doit commencer là, dans l'espace le plus intime, le plus privé, et pourtant le plus dangereux pour trop de nos concitoyennes. C'est pourquoi le Domestic Abuse Bill 2026, qui a été présenté en première lecture devant cette Assemblée, s'inscrit pleinement dans l'esprit de ce budget. C'est la traduction législative de la justice sociale. Il est la réponse concrète à une réalité que les chiffres seuls ne peuvent pas saisir, mais que mon ministère connaît cas par cas, femme par femme, famille par famille. Monsieur le vice-président, dans un foyer où une femme est victime d'abus, un enfant grandit dans la peur. Dans une famille déstructurée par la violence, c'est l'enfant qui porte les cicatrices les plus durables. La protection de la femme et la protection de l'enfant ne sont pas 2 politiques parallèles. Elles forment un seul et même engagement. La législation sur l'abus domestique qui sera introduite prochainement remplacera le Protection from Domestic Violence Act. J'aurai l'occasion d'en parler plus tard. Monsieur le vice-président, on ne peut pas bâtir un pont vers l'avenir si les enfants de ce pays ne sont pas protégés contre la violence. Contre la violence, l'abus, la négligence et l'exploitation. La protection de l'enfant ne se limite pas à la réponse aux crises. Elle commence bien avant par la prévention, l'intervention précoce, le soutien à la famille, la sensibilisation et la participation des enfants eux-mêmes. L'honorable, Monsieur le Vice-président, l'honorable deuxième député de Belle-Rose-Quatre-Bonnes a parlé sur la question des Residential Care Institutions, les RCI. Et je veux lui dire ceci. Je suis d'accord avec elle. Nous ne pouvons pas accepter que des enfants placés dans nos structures peinent à y trouver protection et sécurité. Oui, nous avons trop longtemps financé des structures sans toujours mesurer leur impact réel sur la vie de ces mineurs. Et oui, une réforme n'est plus une option, c'est un impératif moral. Mais une chose est claire, cet écosystème est d'une complexité que l'on ne peut appréhender de l'extérieur. Nos structures ne sont pas toujours adaptées. Certains carers n'ont pas, dans tous les cas, les compétences spécialisées qu'il faudrait. Et ces enfants, certains d'entre eux, ont été traités pendant des années avec mépris, avec indifférence, parfois pire. Et nous portons cet héritage. Nous ne l'avons pas créé, mais c'est nous qui devons le corriger. Depuis notre arrivée au gouvernement, nous faisons tout pour redresser la barre. Mais je ne vais pas prétendre que c'est simple, parce que ce n'est pas simple. Et ceux qui disent le contraire n'ont jamais mis les pieds dans ces réalités. Il n'existe pas, à ce jour, de structure appropriée pour accueillir des enfants présentant ce que nous appelons des serious behavioral concerns. Ces enfants-là, et je veux dire que cette assemblée-là comprenne ce que cela signifie vraiment. Ce sont parfois des adolescents qui mènent la vie dure à leurs propres parents. Des parents eux-mêmes dépassés, épuisés, qui ne savent plus quoi faire. Et au moment où ces parents à bout les mettent à la porte, parfois pour protéger le reste de la famille, cet enfant devient immédiatement un enfant abandonné, un enfant qui a besoin de protection et qui arrive dans un shelter du ministère, aux côtés d'enfants victimes de sévices, de violences et d'abus sexuels. Ce mélange, Monsieur le Vice-président, est une réalité que nous n'avons pas créée, mais que nous devons résoudre. Et ce n'est pas une question de volonté politique, c'est une question de structure qui n'existe tout simplement pas encore. Monsieur le Vice-président, l'Attorney General a compris la complexité de la chose. L'ancien Deputy Prime Minister également, mes officiers et moi, nous leur avons déjà exposé ce problème et il s'est rendu compte de la difficulté réelle de ce dossier. La deuxième députée de Belle-Rose-Quatre-Bonnes, qui a assisté aux réunions du comité que je coprésidais, connaît aussi cette réalité de l'intérieur. En effet, sur la question de la gouvernance indépendante de ces structures, l'honorable membre a raison. Il faut éviter tout conflit d'intérêts institutionnel. Je partage cette conviction. Mais la question n'est pas de savoir s'il faut une agence indépendante. La question est laquelle? Sous quelle autorité? Avec quel mandat précis? C'est une réflexion que nous avons engagée depuis un moment, sérieusement, avec toutes les parties concernées. Sur la question de la fusion des entités, je veux rappeler qu'avec le Family Support Services, c'est précisément cette fusion que nous avons déjà réalisée. Sous un seul toit, les dossiers des enfants, des femmes, des familles sont traités par les officiers du ministère. C'est une consolidation concrète, opérationnelle, qui produit des résultats sur le terrain. Quant à la NCC, le National Children's Council, c'est un corps para-étatique doté d'un conseil d'administration et d'un mandat plus précis. Et puis, Monsieur le Vice-président, il y a cette vérité du dossier que j'ai déjà dit publiquement. Nous nous heurtons à des obstacles qui ne viennent pas toujours de là où on les attend. Il y a des caregivers eux-mêmes qui résistent. Il y a des gens qui préfèrent voir le shelter Cap Espoir fermé plutôt que d'être réformé. Il y a des intérêts, je choisis bien mes mots avec soin, des intérêts qui n'ont rien à voir avec le bien-être des enfants et qui compliquent chaque tentative d'amélioration des conditions, des infrastructures, du fonctionnement quotidien. Les dysfonctionnements évoqués, nous les avons hérités. Ce n'est pas une excuse, c'est un contexte. Et la différence entre les hérités et les corriger, c'est notre action depuis novembre 2024. Monsieur le Vice-président, on peut croire parfois que rien n'est fait. Je comprends cette impression, mais ceux et celles qui travaillent avec moi sur ce dossier, mes officiers, les partenaires engagés, ceux qui sont autour de la table, sans chercher à en tirer un avantage personnel, savent que ce n'est pas vrai. Nous avançons, pas assez vite peut-être, mais nous avançons et nous ne nous arrêterons pas. Monsieur le Vice-président, ce budget annonce un nouveau Child Adoption Bill. C'est une réforme majeure attendue depuis longtemps par les gouvernements successifs et par les associations de défense de l'enfance. La nouvelle loi établira un cadre légal moderne pour l'adoption nationale et internationale. Elle va créer une Adoption Authority dédiée et mettra fin aux délais procéduraux et à la fragmentation administrative qui a trop longtemps laissé des enfants dans des situations de placement temporaire prolongées. L'intérêt supérieur de l'enfant sera, comme il doit toujours être, la considération première. Ce budget prévoit également le renforcement de la Foster Care Division. Les règlements sur le placement en famille d'accueil seront révisés pour simplifier l'évaluation des familles candidates et construire un réseau plus solide de familles d'accueil qualifiées à travers l'île. Les chiffres montrent la direction à prendre. En 2022, 12 enfants ont été placés en famille d'accueil. En 2023, 14. En 2024, 20. En mai 2026, 122 mineurs sont placés dans 92 familles d'accueil. C'est un progrès, mais c'est encore insuffisant face à l'ampleur du besoin. Depuis ma prise en fonction, j'ai constamment insisté sur l'importance d'un environnement familial qui nourrit le développement, la stabilité et le bien-être émotionnel de l'enfant. À ce jour, 372 enfants se trouvent dans des structures familiales. Ces chiffres nous rappellent que dans des structures institutionnelles, ces chiffres nous rappellent que la capacité résidentielle doit être maintenue et renforcée. Je salue donc la provision de 10 millions de roupies prévue pour de nouveaux abris. Monsieur le Président, les officiers qui travaillent avec ces enfants portent une responsabilité immense. Ils doivent être formés, équipés, soutenus. La formation standardisée permet aux travailleurs sociaux de naviguer dans des traumatismes complexes, d'éviter la retraumatisation et de construire des plans de réinsertion adaptés aux besoins individuels de chaque enfant. Monsieur le Vice-président, le budget annonce une mesure que j'accueille avec une satisfaction particulière. We will also legislate for a minimum of 25% female representation on boards of parastatal bodies. 25%, c'est un plancher, pas un plafond. Et c'est un signal fort envoyé à toutes les institutions publiques de ce pays. Ce signal, Monsieur le Vice-président, avait été donné par nul autre que le Premier ministre en nommant une femme Première ministre adjointe cette année. On ne le dira jamais assez. C'est une première dans les annales politiques de notre République. L'histoire retiendra, et les femmes de ce pays retiendront, que le docteur Navin Ramgoolam, Premier ministre de ce pays, a eu l'audace et le courage de briser ce plafond de verre, alors que d'autres en doutaient. D'autres soi-disant féministes, conseillés à travers la presse interposée, pas joué à Odifé. Des propos blessants qui nous rappellent la campagne contre l'accession de Maurice à l'indépendance et qui disait ceci: l'indépendance, comment dire, peut mettre rasoir dans la Mesako. Traduction, les Mauriciens seront incapables de gérer l'indépendance. C'est pour vous dire, Monsieur le Vice-président, que certaines mentalités ont la peau dure. Je suis fier d'informer que sur les 5 corps para-étatiques tombant sous mon ministère, 3 sont dirigés par des femmes. 3 sur 5. Ce n'est pas un accident. C'est le résultat d'une conviction, celle que la compétence n'a pas de genre et que la représentation des femmes au plus haut niveau de décision n'est pas une faveur qu'on leur accorde. C'est une nécessité pour toute institution qui veut fonctionner avec toute l'intelligence dont elle dispose. Cette mesure législative viendra désormais ancrer réalité dans le droit et je m'en réjouis. Madame la Présidente, à ce jour, 55 gender cells ont été établis à travers les institutions publiques de ce pays, 55 cellules qui travaillent au quotidien à intégrer la perspective de genre dans les politiques, les programmes et les pratiques de leurs institutions respectives. Ce n'est pas un chiffre symbolique, c'est une infrastructure humaine, institutionnelle que nous avons construite et que nous continuerons de construire. Monsieur le Vice-président, il y a une autre avancée annoncée dans ce budget qui me touche tout autant. Women applying for loans will no longer need spousal consent. The appropriate law will be amended. La femme indépendante, la femme debout, la femme dynamique que ce budget veut autonomiser et élever, cette femme-là ne peut pas accepter d'avoir besoin de la signature de son mari pour emprunter de l'argent. Ce n'est pas de l'autonomie, c'est de la tutelle. Nous avons reçu des représentations de nombreuses femmes entrepreneurs qui nous ont signalé cet obstacle comme l'un des plus humiliants et des plus paralysants qu'elles rencontrent. Parmi elles, il y a une situation particulièrement injuste que je veux nommer ici. Des femmes séparées, pas encore divorcées parce que les procédures sont longues, parce que la vie est complexe, qui veulent créer leur propre entreprise, démarrer quelque chose, se reconstruire économiquement et qui se heurtent à un conjoint qui, par pure malveillance, refuse de signer. Non pas parce qu'il a un intérêt légitime dans l'affaire, mais pour les priver de moyens, pour les maintenir dans la dépendance, pour continuer par un autre biais à exercer un contrôle. Monsieur le Vice-président, je voudrais maintenant aborder la question de la lutte contre la drogue. Ce budget a raison de poser le problème de la prolifération de la drogue comme une question qui touche les familles. La drogue n'est pas seulement une affaire de sécurité publique, c'est une affaire de bien-être familial, c'est une affaire de protection de l'enfant, c'est une affaire de développement communautaire et de cohésion sociale. La drogue déstabilise les foyers, elle expose les enfants à la négligence, à la violence, à l'insécurité, elle épuise les parents, elle aggrave les risques de violences basées sur le genre, elle ronge la vie communautaire et contribue à une détresse sociale que nous voyons tous les jours dans le travail du terrain de mon ministère. Le gouvernement a annoncé une approche en 3 volets: prévention, démantèlement des réseaux installés par les barons de la drogue et guérison. Et c'est la bonne approche. 80 millions sont alloués à la NADEC et la mesure qui me parle le plus, Monsieur le Vice-président, c'est 50 millions de roupies mises à la disposition de l'ensemble des ministères pour intégrer la lutte contre le trafic de drogue et l'abus de substances dans leurs politiques et leurs opérations. Pour mon ministère, cette mesure est directement pertinente. Nous recevons dans nos Family Support Services des parents déboussolés par leurs enfants, des mineurs pris dans cet engrenage mortel. À part les internés pour quelques jours au BSH ou au traitement au centre Nénuphar de l'hôpital de Montagnon, qui dispose d'une capacité d'accueil résidentielle restreinte, conçue pour moins de 10 adolescents, simultanément, que faire de ces adolescents? Comment les aider? Cette première dotation budgétaire ouvre une piste sérieuse. Nous allierons notre travail de sensibilisation, de prévention, d'identification précoce et d'orientation sur l'approche nationale anti-drogue. Je salue également le renforcement du community policing avec des neighborhood offices. Monsieur le Vice-président, je ne peux pas conclure mon intervention sans évoquer la situation dans ma circonscription. La circonscription numéro 1, Grande Rivière Nord-Ouest, Port-Louis-Ouest, qui a été pendant ces 10 dernières années l'oublié du développement. Il n'est un secret pour personne que les différents PPS et ministres dans le passé se sont limités à des site visits, tandis que des projets urgents ont été renvoyés aux calendes grecques. Je ne parle même pas du conseil municipal de l'époque. Ces conseillers se contentaient du rôle de figurants et étaient quasiment absents du terrain. Toutefois, depuis un peu plus d'1 an, les habitants constatent un regain d'activité sportive, culturelle et familiale dans toutes les régions, notamment au niveau des 5 centres communautaires et des salles municipales de la circonscription. La reprise de ces activités est déterminante face aux fléaux qui rongent notre société, auxquels ma circonscription n'échappe pas. Outre la reprise des activités et la remise en état de certaines infrastructures sportives à Résidence Mauvillac, Richelieu, Grande Rivière Nord-Ouest, Pointe-Sable et Camp-Chapelon, pour le plus grand bonheur des jeunes, nous avons, avec mes 2 colistiers, relancé des chantiers qui étaient laissés à l'abandon. À ce titre, Monsieur le Vice-président, je tiens à remercier le ministre des Infrastructures publiques pour avoir été à l'écoute de nos besoins. Des routes dans un état déplorable depuis des années et causant d'importants désagréments aux habitants ont été réhabilitées. Je pense notamment à Montebello, Vergémangue et Apollinaire à Pointe-Sable, ainsi qu'à Résidence Mauvillac et Borstal à Grande-Rivière. Je remercie également la RDA pour avoir réasphalté la route côtière de Baie-des-Dames et la route ménagerie à Cassis. Lentement, mais sûrement, nous avançons dans la bonne direction. D'autres projets ambitieux figurent sur la liste pour le présent exercice financier pour la circonscription numéro 1. Nous viendrons bien évidemment avec plus de détails une fois ces différents projets lancés. Tous ces projets toucheront chaque région de la circonscription pour le bien-être de la population, de ses habitants. Monsieur le Vice-président, ce budget pour mon ministère, c'est une direction donnée. La direction d'un pays qui décide que l'égalité de genre n'est plus un idéal à poursuivre, mais une politique à mettre en œuvre concrètement avec des ressources, des structures et une volonté politique assumée. La direction d'un pays qui reconnaît que l'autonomie économique des femmes, l'accès au crédit, à l'entrepreneuriat, à l'innovation, au leadership n'est pas un privilège accordé, mais un droit à garantir. La direction d'un pays qui dit aux victimes de violences domestiques, la loi est de votre côté, et qui le prouve avec un cadre législatif renforcé, des mécanismes de coordination, des ordonnances de protection plus accessibles et plus rapides. La direction d'un pays qui place l'enfant, chaque enfant, qu'il soit dans une famille d'accueil, dans un shelter ou dans un foyer fragilisé par la drogue ou la précarité, au centre de ses priorités. Ce budget reconnaît aussi que ce que l'on nomme rarement ici, que la vie de famille a une valeur, que la maternité mérite du temps, la paternité aussi, que la douleur d'une femme un jour par mois est réelle et légitime, que ces reconnaissances ne sont pas des cadeaux, elles sont des rattrapages. L'IA et la transformation numérique viendront appuyer tout cela, non pas pour remplacer l'humain, mais pour que mes officiers soient mieux équipés, mieux informés, plus proches des femmes, des enfants et des familles qui ont besoin d'eux. Monsieur le vice-président, ce budget protège, il autonomise, il reconnaît, il investit dans les personnes que trop de budgets ont longtemps considérées comme des bénéficiaires passives et qui sont en réalité les architectes silencieuses de la cohésion de cette nation. C'est dans cet esprit que je soutiens le budget 2026-2027. Je vous remercie.
I suspend the sitting for 45 minutes.
Bonjour à tous, de la part de Wanty Properties, nous vous remercions d'être venus en grand nombre durant notre Open Days. Nous remercions aussi nos partenaires, la NRC et Vivendi. N'hésitez pas à venir nous voir. Surtout, on a annoncé que le bloc B est totalement sold out et nous sommes déjà à 30% de la réservation pour le bloc A. N'hésitez pas à venir nous voir, réserver une visite avec nos sales agents sur notre mock-up unit à Sedna et venez vite faire votre réservation. N'hésitez pas.
Et vous êtes capable de contacter Wanty Properties sur le plus 230 54 50 58 12 ou le plus 230 59 79 91 19 ou sinon de cas aussi le plus 230 54 21 55 77 registry@wantyproperties.com. And that is Wanty Properties. You cannot go wrong.
Découvrez le spectre complet de la vie mauricienne sur Mauradio. Politique, économie, culture, à vous le choix. À vous la voix.
On the stunning west coast of Mauritius, life moves to its own vibrant rhythm. It is a place where culture, connection, and true freedom come alive in every moment. Start your morning at Cascabel, where convenience meets the easy pace of the tropics. Experience a lifestyle built around well-being, movement, and a perfect sense of balance. And at the end of every day, we return home to a space that is truly extraordinary. Introducing Magenta Parkside, a prestigious new chapter on the beautiful West Coast. Secure one of the final plots, available from 7.6 million rupees, exclusively for Mauritian citizens. Contact the Medine sales team today. Magenta Parkside, your destination, your home.
Avant que nous retrouvions dans l'émission, on fait d'autres rappels qui sont capables assez intéressants de maintenant et surtout les jeunes, ceux qui ont envie de faire une feature dans l'Ile-Maurice, c'est-à-dire de le faire maintenant. Alors donc, vous pouvez contacter l'équipe commerciale de Medine sur le plus 230 54 51 33 33 ou soit vous êtes capable de contacter Mauradio à travers le Messenger de Mauradio ou sinon vous pouvez contacter moi sur le plus 44 78 81 76 42 34. Mon cas dirige exactement code de bien aller pour d'autres un contact avec Medine pour d'autres acheter d'autres petits terrains et surtout les jeunes si vous avez envie de faire une future à l'Ile-Maurice, c'est à eux de le faire de maintenant sur le plus 230 54 51 33 33.
Mauradio, votre destination pour les dernières tendances musicales avec vos DJ préférés. 24h sur 24, 7 jours sur 7 sur mauradio.com, mauradio.com. Détendez-vous avec un moment musical inoubliable. Plongez dans les hits des années 70, 80 et 90.
Please be seated, members. Yes, honorable members. I will now give my ruling. Honorable members, I have considered the point of order raised by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition this morning, who submits that following the government's announcement that the pension reform measure contained in the budget has been suspended or frozen, further debate on the appropriation bill should be adjourned until such time as revised estimates are tabled before the House. The point of order is founded principally on Standing Order 73-2, which provides that the debate on the second reading of the appropriation bill shall be confined to the general principles of government policy and administration as indicated by the bill and the estimates. The question before the chair, however, is not whether the government has altered one of its announced policies, but whether such alteration empowers the Speaker to suspend or defer the legislative proceedings on the appropriation bill. Standing Order 73-2 regulates the scope of the debate. It does not confer upon the Speaker a discretion to adjourn or defer consideration of the appropriation bill because of a subsequent change in government policy. Nor does it require that every policy announced in the budget speech remain unchanged throughout the legislative process. Whether government should amend its proposals, revise the estimates, introduce supplementary measures, or explain its change of policy is a matter for the executive, subject to the scrutiny and control of this House through the parliamentary procedures available to members. The chair cannot compel the government to amend its budget proposals unless the standing orders or another law expressly so provides, which is not the case. If the suspension of the pension policy has legal or financial consequences affecting the appropriation bill or the estimates, it is open to the government, if it deems necessary, to introduce the appropriate amendments. In that regard, I thank the Honourable Attorney General because his interpretation of the relevant provisions of the standing orders and the Constitution is quite correct. Accordingly, the Chair finds no procedural basis under Standing Order 73-2 or any other standing order for directing that the debate on the appropriation bill be deferred. I thank you. Yes, Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Madam Speaker. As we conclude this debate, let me first of all thank all the honourable members who have contributed to this important national exercise. I've listened to what they have said, and I will try to respond to some of the main points raised. This budget was never intended to be an exercise in political convenience. It was designed as an exercise of national responsibility, Madam Speaker. Ce budget repose sur une conviction simple. Un gouvernement responsable ne peut pas pâtir sur du sable mouvant et des illusions. Il doit d'abord regarder la réalité en face. Madam Speaker, when this government assumed office, we were confronted with an economy, I could say, in intensive care. As Honourable Minister Shakil Mohammed said at the very beginning of his speech, very often people don't do that. You must always look at things in its context, even historical things, in the context of the time that you must look at it. when we, as I said, we were in a terrible mess. Growing fiscal pressures, rising debt obligations, broken down engines of growth, and galloping inflation. Inflation reached even 11.37% when they were in office. When we mention, when we talk about debt, as you said in the context, who remembers what are the interests we are paying on debt 2025, 2026? What was the interest? You know how much it was? 26.9 billion rupees just on interest. Nearly 27 billion. Just on interest because of the mess they did. We have to pay the interest on that debt, which we're trying to correct gradually. Faced with these challenges, we had no choice. We could also continue to postpone difficult decisions, risk a downgrade, and leave the burden to the future generations. Or we could, as we did, act with courage and honesty, and this is what we did. Malheureusement, Madame la Présidente, nous avons subi les affres d'une stratégie de déni chez certains qui ne veulent pas voir la vérité en face et de démagogie chez d'autres. Ils ne veulent pas voir les données objectives, les finances, la situation du fonds de pension et le risque de faillite à court, moyen et long terme. C'est pourquoi nous avons placé ce budget sous le signe du devoir de la vérité. Le devoir de vérité sur l'état de nos finances publiques, sur les défis auxquels notre économie est confrontée, sur les décisions qu'il nous appartient de prendre aujourd'hui pour protéger les générations de demain. Car gouverner, c'est avant tout avoir le courage de dire ce qui est avant de promettre ce qui sera. Gouverner, Madame la Présidente, c'est renforcer les institutions, c'est promouvoir la confiance et la transparence, assurer la crédibilité du pays et créer les conditions pour plus d'investissement et de développement économique. La vérité aujourd'hui est le prix de la prospérité de demain. We refuse to mortgage the future of our children and grandchildren. Nous aurions pu, Madame la Présidente, choisir la facilité. Très facile. J'aurais pu aussi imprimer des billets pour 1 milliard. Mais ce n'est pas notre conception de la responsabilité publique, ni même de la responsabilité tout court. Madam Speaker, last year's budget marked the beginning of a necessary reconstructive drive, a first step to stabilize the economy, strengthen the social fabric, and rebuild our public finances. Budget 2026-2027 sets out the next chapter, a chapter defined by reconstruction, by reform, and social justice. But let me be candid about the inheritance we faced. When this government assumed office, as the House is aware, the Ministry of Finance, under the leadership of the then acting finance secretary, now his financial secretary, undertook a comprehensive assessment of the economic and fiscal situation, the findings of which were published in the State of the Economy report. With regard to the state of the economy, in November 2024, I need to remind the House that no one described the unprecedented state of precariousness left by the previous government better than the former Deputy Prime Minister. And I quote, « Il y a un désordre budgétaire total. En vérité, il n'y a plus de budget. Il y a des fonds spéciaux partout, une banque centrale qui n'était plus une banque centrale, mais une planche à billets, crime commis par Pravin Jagnat et son complice Pagliacci, le mess qu'ils nous ont laissé, ne va pas prendre un mois pour redresser. Cela demande 1 an, 2 ans, 3 ans, 4 ans, 5 ans. It's going to be difficult, unquote. And he was right, totally right. That is why I said once that it will take more than a mandate to bring this country back. This is what I said. The official report was clear. Fiscal space was severely constrained. The budget deficit was higher than published, and it was rising, jeopardizing the long-term sustainability of our economy. And public debt was even much higher. The public investment pipeline had become fragmented and inefficient. There were gaps in social protection that left some of our citizens exposed precisely at the moment when they most needed support. That diagnosis is not partisan politics. These are hard economic facts. In the face of these multiple challenges, last year's budget set the direction. Keep the economy and businesses afloat, protect the most vulnerable, stabilize public finances and macroeconomic fundamentals. I heard earlier the former Deputy Prime Minister say, la marge de manœuvre du gouvernement est plus grande. Oui, c'était vrai. Et c'est parce que nous avons pris les mesures qu'il fallait dans le premier budget. We have improved the situation. Mais the trend, the trajectory of the debt, the public deficit were going down. They were on a downward trend. However, 2 factors came into play afterwards. The Chagos deal, we haven't got yet, the 10 billion rupees that we were expecting, that we budgeted for. That's a gap of 10 billion. Plus the war in the Middle East. When the Deputy Prime Minister says about the fuel that we could have brought down, we did bring down the fuel at the beginning. Not by as much as we said, but we did. As much as we could. Because nobody knew exactly what was the position. But now, when I'm speaker with the war in the Middle East, the STC, the debt for the STC, when we came in November 2024, it was 3.4 billion rupees. We tried to bring it down. Even though we brought the price of fuel down, the debt came down to 2.4 billion rupees, from 3.4 to 2.4. In February 2026, Madam Speaker, we brought that deficit to 1.5 billion rupees. However, with the war in the Middle East, prices went up again, and again, the debt increased here. Because we had already brought the fuel down a little bit. The debt now is 3.32 billion rupees. So how can we responsibly say we'll bring down the cost of fuel and gas and all that, and gas oil? Even for gas, there is a disruption in the market. When they bombed Qatar, they bombed actually the factory that was producing gas. There is a lack of supply for gas. So inevitably, Madam Speaker, and I must say, perhaps many people don't realize, even though I'm saying all this, the price of gas and gas oil in Mauritius is lower, comparing in terms of rupees, than UK, lower than France, lower than Comoros, lower than South Africa, lower than Seychelles, and lower than La Réunion. It's not comparable. In spite of the difficulties, we have been able to do that. The geopolitical headwind, with that, the economic indicators are moving. In spite of that, are still moving in the right direction. Employment has begun to recover in critical sectors. Inflationary pressures have been brought down under better control, but as the former Deputy Prime Minister indicated, it is bound to go up again because we import everything in dollars. Not everything, but nearly everything. Economic diplomacy is now an important component of our development strategy. As I said last Friday, Madam Speaker, we have returned our country to its rightful place on the international arena. From New Delhi to Paris, from Tokyo to Addis, from Nairobi to Mahe. And I heard the opposition whip say that we could have done otherwise. I think he said, I'm trying to find out, he said that we don't need to travel. You can do it by, you say, email and video conferences. You miss the point completely. If people are like you at the helm of this country, we go down again in diplomacy. Mauritius is back with meaningful relationships and economic benefits for the nation. For economic diplomacy, it is the personal contact that is important. You meet these leaders, you talk to them, you see what can be done between us. That is what is important. That is what makes us punch above our weight, Madam Speaker. Not by email or by video conference. So this will never work. Never. And let me say to the opposition whip, we are a small country. Compared to other countries, we're small. International volatility persists. Daunting challenges remain. And that is what we are trying to respond to, Madam Speaker. The 2026-27 budget is not a break from the strategy that was established last year. But we have to take corrective measures automatically because of two reasons I've just given you. It is in fact a logical continuation and an unflinching commitment to further progress. At the heart of this lies three interrelated priorities. First, diversify and shape a future-ready economy. Two, a strengthened commitment to social justice. And three, fiscal consolidation to create space for priority investment. And let me speak, since we were speaking of I want to tackle this problem as well, to come up to that. We speak directly to our elderly citizens. I know that the pension is not just a line in the budget. We all know. It is not just a monthly payment. It is security. It is dignity. It is recognition. It is the result of a lifetime of work, sacrifice, and contribution to our country. I understand the anxiety that was expressed, that many elderly citizens were worried. There were a lot of misinformation as well, lots of misinformation. Families were asking questions. People wanted clarity, fairness, and reassurance. And in a democracy, Madam Speaker, when people speak, they're worried, they want clarification. A responsible government must listen. As again, Honorable Shakil Mohammed said, the previous government, the MSM, never responded. Never, they couldn't give a damn. Could I say that word? I don't know. They didn't respond to public demand, outcry. But we listened, we heard the concerns, we took the concerns seriously, and we decided to discard the means test because of that. But listening doesn't mean abandoning the truth. Listening doesn't mean pretending that the problem has actually disappeared. It hasn't. The problem remains. The demographic pressure remains. The fiscal pressure remains. The need for reform remains. What has to change is the method. This is our responsibility. The real choice before the country is not between reform and comfort. That choice does not exist. The real choice is between a controlled reform today or a brutal crisis tomorrow. The choice is between reform today or collapse tomorrow. Ce qui m'amène d'aborder, Madame la Présidente, cette mesure qui a suscité plus de débats depuis vendredi, c'est-à-dire la réforme de la pension dont je parle. Let me remind the House that in its bid to win the 2019 general elections, the former government announced on the 1st of October, look at the dates, just prior to the election, October 2019, that they will increase the monthly basic retirement pension from 9,000 rupees to 13,500 rupees, without any consideration whatsoever on the sustainability of such a decision. They knew. They had reports upon reports. I will quote Pravin Jangath in a minute. They knew that the pension system was already unsustainable. Unsustainable, for many people who don't understand English, means insoutenable. Because some people don't understand what unsustainable means. They knew this, but to win the election, they put the country at risk, they put the elderly at risk, they couldn't give a damn, they need to win the election. As Honorable Bhagwan said, they were desperate to keep on, to stay in power so that they can continue with the state capture as they did before, all the time. And in its 2020 budget, they discontinued the contributory pension under the National Pension Fund and introduced the CSG, which is a tax. Honorable Goulet has said it many times. It is a tax just to finance their electoral promise. This is how they fool the people. Sometimes people don't realize they get money, they think that's it. Whether the money is devalued, as long as they got the money. In doing so, the MSM-led government simply destroyed the pension system by abolishing contributions to the National Pension Fund, established, I remind the House, since 1976 by the father of the nation, Sir Shiv Sagar Ramgulam. They destroyed it because this was the cornerstone for our retirement system at the time. And worse, Madam Speaker, most of the funds raised under the CSG has in fact been siphoned off and diverted to finance the expenditure, but not pensions. This is what they did with the money of workers, of people who have worked all their lives. These people are giving us lessons now. They destroyed the system and they're telling us in a parliamentary question on the 24th of October 2023. Look at what the then Minister of Finance, Padiachi, conceded. I quote, il ne reste donc rien par rapport aux contributions de la CSG. I think Honorable Ademia also mentioned it. Finished, all the money is gone. Whose money is it? Pensions for the elderly, pension for the workers, gone overnight. Je comprends donc, Madame la Présidente, les préoccupations exprimées par nos concitoyens. La pension de vieillesse n'est pas un simple transfert financier. Elle représente un contrat social et c'est précisément parce que nous souhaitons préserver ce contrat social que nous avons été contraints d'agir. Les projections démographiques sont sans équivoque. Notre population vieillit rapidement et c'est fact. Le nombre de bénéficiaires de la pension augmente chaque année, alors que la population active qui finance ce système, it is the taxpayer who is financing the system. That means everybody. Mais là, les bénéficiaires progressent beaucoup plus, les actifs progressent beaucoup plus lentement. Maintenir indéfiniment le modèle actuel nous aurait conduit à terme à une situation où l'État ne serait plus en mesure d'assumer durablement ses engagements sans compromettre le financement de la santé, de l'éducation, des infrastructures, housing project. We said the other day, I said it. The cost for the pension system as it is, because of their irresponsibility, is costing more than the budget for health, the budget for education, and the budget for social housing. More. Can you imagine what that means? For health itself, it's nearly 18 billion rupees. And it's costing more, this pension. Let me remind the House that the concern about the sustainability of the old age pension is not something new. This has been talked on for decades, more than 2 decades. But no one had the courage to bell the cat. No one. As far back as in the budget speech presented in 2003 by our friend Honorable Paul Béranger, this is what he stated. And he's right, this is why I'm quoting. The BRP in its present form exerts severe pressure on the budget. The fast aging of the population will render the BRP unsustainable in the long term. According to projections, the proportion of those over 60 will double in 20 years' time and triple in the next 50 years. Reform of the BRP has thus become urgent. And he goes on to say, equally urgent, because sometimes people don't look at this, equally urgent is the need to reform the other pillars of the Mauritian pension system, namely the national pension scheme, the civil service pensions, and private pensions. I quote. Permettez-moi, Madame la Présidente, aussi de citer ce qu'a dit l'ancien Premier ministre Pravin Jagnat lors d'une cérémonie marquant les 40 ans de Old Age Pensioners Association en juin 2016. Je cite, c'est en créole, mais je peux citer, je pense. Par rapport avec Basic Retirement Pension, un an, tu peux gagner 100 000, 200 000 roupies par mois. Zot aussi peut toucher sa pension, 5 000 roupies de pension vieillesse, là, including his dad. Est-ce qu'il y a un système bon? Est-ce qu'il y a un système juste? He's asking the question. So he knows. Yeah, this is what they did. Totally irresponsible what they did. And we're paying the price today. Notre responsabilité n'est pas seulement envers les retraités d'aujourd'hui. Elle est également envers les retraités de demain et envers les générations qui auront à financer ce système. Gouverner, Madame la Présidente, c'est d'avoir le courage de prendre les décisions difficiles afin d'éviter des conséquences encore plus douloureuses dans l'avenir. Gouverner, c'est aussi savoir entendre et comprendre les préoccupations de nos concitoyens. Not everybody is an economist. And even economists don't understand. Comme l'a si bien dit un éditorialiste, dans une démocratie, il est sain qu'un exécutif entende les inquiétudes de ceux qu'il gouverne. Depuis la semaine dernière, de nombreuses voix se sont exprimées sur la question de la pension. Nous avons pris pleinement en considération les attentes et les inquiétudes de la population. Et c'est dans cet esprit d'écoute que le gouvernement a décidé d'abandonner la mise en œuvre du means testing. Comme je l'ai dit dans ma réponse au private discussion du leader de l'opposition, the means testing is out. Il n'y aura pas de means testing. Pourquoi? Et des gens nous ont dit, d'ailleurs dans notre proposition, on a dit, changez la somme, mettez à ça 100 000 ou 200 000. Bonne suggestion, mais impraticable, parce que qu'est-ce qui se passe? If we do this, it touches a very small percentage of people. The difference is zero. That is why the IMF, the World Bank, and all these people are saying our pension system is unsustainable. It would have been better if you could have done this. But with what result? It means, in fact, you don't reform. It's touching very few people. And you know, Madam Speaker, without being disparaging to others, but people who have a lot of money, they know how to dog the system. They have ways and means. Look at our friend Kugan said the other day about dividends. I'm the one who introduced dividends against advice. Everybody was against. But I said we don't have to tax dividends. The argument was dividends are already taxed. So why are you taxing again? But I said no. They can afford, let's tax. I must tell you, I'm practical. You have to be pragmatic. When we look at the result, they found ways and means of evading the system. We got very little. So the offshore is complaining and we're getting very little. That's why we removed it. Not because we're not socialists, but because we saw that we are annoying a lot of people with little result. Madam Speaker, following the elimination of the means testing for the state age pension, government has immediately, since day one, initiated a number of measures to cover for the higher expected expenditure, so that we can bring down the budget deficit and the public sector debt. These include, first, a committee has already been established under the chairmanship of the Secretary to the Cabinet to look into, we must reprioritize the implementation of capital projects. We must find the money one way or the other, while also ensuring that economic growth is not adversely affected. Second, a committee at the level of the Ministry of Finance will examine the expenditure of each ministry. You know, every year we see the director of it says the same things, overspending there, wastage there, everything. And then the year after, we hear the same thing. Now we have put the deputy financial secretary to chair that committee. He will look at every detail of spending and ask questions before it comes to the end when the director of audit will make his report. Third, Madam Speaker, as already mentioned, a high-level committee has been set up for a fundamental review of our tax system, because we want to enhance its fairness, its efficiency, and also international competitiveness. Today, people move money out. Press a button on the internet and you move money out. This committee, including tax experts, will be supported by the IMF and other international experts, and will start, I believe, they will start work in the coming days. Fourth, the Ministry of Finance is exploring the disposal of selected non-strategic assets, as well as the potential listing of certain state-owned enterprises on the stock exchange, again with a view to unlocking value and monetizing its shareholdings. And fifth, with regard to the CSG contribution, I must say, Madam Speaker, we have to be absolutely candid. It was envisaged that in this budget, that is from the 1st of July 2027, these contributions would be transferred to individual accounts of all workers in the new National Pensions and Provident Fund that we were proposing. Now, with what we have done, we will have to reconsider, and it will have to be done in a phased way, not directly on the 1st of July. It will have to be phased out. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, I will myself chair a steering committee on public sector efficiency to identify areas of duplication, inefficiency, and wastage. Every ministry and department will now have to submit to that committee a concrete plan how they intend to improve efficiency without naturally compromising service delivery. And that will also include parastatal bodies under the aegis of different ministries. Madam Speaker, this budget is not only about balancing accounts. It is about balancing responsibility with ambition, prudence with opportunity, reform with compassion. It is a budget that asks us to look beyond immediate political considerations and to focus instead on the long-term interests of our nation. Despite the headwinds, Madam Speaker, we have put our economy firmly on the path of recovery. We have embarked on a journey of growth anchored on the 6 pillars that I mentioned in my speech last week. I don't want to repeat them. One member of the opposition has claimed, I think it was again the opposition whip, that AI is just a tool. Yeah, I think a former DPM also mentioned, oh, he was the leader of the opposition. I'm sorry. The leader of opposition, there are so many leaders of the opposition now. Everybody, even my friend Babulal wants to become leader of the opposition. He claimed that AI is just a tool and he doesn't understand why we have put so much emphasis on it in this budget. Laissez-moi, Madame la Présidente, citer l'ancien Premier ministre français, Gabriel Attal. Sur sa page Internet, récemment, il a écrit, je cite, « Si on rate la révolution de l'IA, les enfants auront le choix entre servir du café aux Américains ou bien du thé aux Chinois. This is what they have to do. Because there will be nothing else. Les candidats aussi. Je ne sais pas si ça va l'aider ou non, je ne sais pas. For Mauritius, integrating AI, there is legitimacy in people asking questions. Very legitimate. Because there are dangers with AI. That is why we put the safeguards, and we're learning from other countries as well, I must say. But integrating AI decisively into our reconstruction agenda, for us, it is not optional, it is strategic. Our purpose is to use AI to amplify on our human capital, accelerate productivity, and it will accelerate productivity, and attract quality investment. And at the same time, to make our governance and social provisions smarter, more efficient, and more inclusive. By next year, Madam Speaker, I mentioned it in my speech, we will have enabled 50,000 Mauritians in practical AI use. This budget, Madam Speaker, unleashes the potential of the blue economy through ocean research, fisheries, aquaculture, and seaweed farming. Oceanic research is a growing sector in its own right. Will drive marine innovation and jobs. Local fish production should increase. We're expecting it from 5,000 tons to 15,000 tons over the next 3 years. Madam Speaker, we firmly believe that the SMEs are the backbone of our economy. It is the backbone of all economies. This is why we have provided direct, specific support to strengthen their capacity through new legislation schemes and a more conducive environment for all businesses by addressing investment constraints, streamlining planning licenses, and permits delivery. We have put this silent agreement back. It was there when we were in government. These people from the MSM, I don't know why. I can't tell you why. They've removed it. We have put it back. There are too many people who complain that they have to queue here, to queue there, to make one permit. Even the artists have been saying this to me. It should be a one-stop shop and it should be clear. Now we're putting the silent agreement. If you don't get it in time, assume you've got it. That is what we're doing. At the same time, we have created the conditions to attract foreign talents, skills, and capital. This includes a startup revolution supported by access to affordable finance, digital tools, and targeted schemes, which will give a boost to that sector. We have already started work at the Special Economic Zone at Côte d'Or. It will be a major game changer in our economic architecture. This will open vast opportunities for our entrepreneurs and other businesses to embrace technology. At the same time, importantly, it will attract billions of rupees of new FDI, create thousands of highly paid jobs, raise productivity and reboot the manufacturing and export sectors and improve, therefore, our external balance. We have been, when I went to the AI Summit, I mentioned it last time, I had seen just before that Google is doing a submarine cable connecting America to India and then to the Far East. I spoke to Prime Minister Modi. I said, since you're doing this, they are doing it together. We have all the infrastructure here. Make it possible, Mauritius. He spoke to the CEO of Google in India straight away. And they're working on it. I think it will be done, but I don't want to say more because they need to see whether we have all the infrastructure here or not. We have set ourselves the objective to double export of goods to the United States, $3 billion over the next 3 years. Ambitious, I agree, but achievable if we work hand in hand together. At the same time, we are modernizing our banking and financial services, we are adapting our tourism sector to new trends. I mentioned this, and the tourism sector is doing very well with the war. The Seychelles had a dip in the tourist arrivals. The Maldives had a dip. We know Dubai had a dip. But Mauritius were very, very slightly affected, very slightly. Besides the special economic zone, this budget paves the way to a game-changing economic infrastructure program with a total value of more than 70 billion rupees, so that the country improve its connectivity and develop the high-quality physical infrastructure required to support its economic ambitions at the port, at the airport, on the road. You know, we get some very high-praised tourists, CEOs and all this. One of the complaints is using the internet, there's no connection. You say you're a modern country, but you don't get connection. Worse, the previous government cut the connections. At the same time, Madam Speaker, we have embarked on 4 flagship projects that I set up last week, already set up. This budget advances renewable energy and the energy transition in line with our target of 60% energy mix by 2035. And I said, I'm restarting the Maurice project, which was under Minister Osman Mohamed at the time with Professor Joël de René. And they did it fantastic. We had a lot of praise for that. We had reached, Madam Speaker, believe it or not, we had achieved 23.4% in renewable energy under Maurice Joël. What did the MSM government? I don't know, maybe because we set it up, because they have this obsession with me, especially. Even when I was in the parliament, they were talking about me, keeping me alive. They had cancelled Maurice Joël. Okay, you don't want Osman Mohamed, you throw him out. You don't want Joël de René, Professor Joël de René, throw him out. But continue with the project. They just canceled the project. With the result, from 23.4% that we had achieved in renewable energy, it came down to 17% only. So 10 wasted years. 10 wasted years. Now we have to restart. It also strengthens food production capacity so that more value is created locally and more opportunities are open for Mauritians. We have earmarked 6.4 billion rupees over the next three years to improve water access. And the work is already started. It costs a lot of money. We're getting help from India. We have to change these pipes, leaking pipes. Madam Speaker, development policies centered around macroeconomic indicators are meaningless if they do not focus on families, which is the bedrock of a prosperous society. It is therefore first and foremost about families who must eat, who must live healthy lives, parents who must educate their children, and a population that must feel secure. This is why we have placed the strengthening of the social compact at the center of our reconstruction efforts. Mettre l'humain au centre du développement. That is what we are doing. That is why we have increased the combined budget of the 2 ministries looking after education by 2.6 billion rupees. We want to ensure that each child lives up to his full potential, his or her full potential, through literacy and numeracy program foundation courses, provision of textbooks. We've heard before. Exams are starting and children don't have the textbook yet. And exams are starting. And then they cut the internet, they can't even look at the programs on the internet. This is the criminal negligence that this previous government did. And we're also upgrading learning environment by providing 824 million for improvement and expansion of infrastructure and amenities. At the same time, we are reintroducing the NICE project. NICE stands for National Initiative for Civic Education. So that our youth, I had started it. Again, I suppose because I started it, they canceled it. I brought, not anyone, a military man from Singapore. Why I brought a stranger? Because you know how it is here. This one will go and say, this mister, you know, my child is not well, can't follow that course. No, everybody has to follow that course. Unless really you're not well, you can't. To instill discipline in our youth. Show them how living in a multicultural society is supposed to be. Respect for each other, respect for the religions, about the need to know how to save water and energy. In fact, about the needs of the true values of life. This is what we want our youth to know. It's very important. Otherwise, the mentality has to change. Madam Speaker, a prosperous nation is a healthy nation. This is why we will continue to prioritize the provision of free but high quality and accessible healthcare throughout recruitment, training, and investment in our healthcare infrastructure. That is why Honorable Bichu, the Minister for Healthcare, we have agreed. You know, one of the complaints, the other day I was telling him, I met a consultant from India, first time in Mauritius. He gave a lecture the other day. And he tells me, you can't understand. Why are you spending so many millions to send people to India for treatment when these consultants can come here and do these very operations for a much lesser cost? And Honorable Bishop knows in that also there's a mafia operating. This is the mentality that we have to change. We're talking about health of people, very ill people. That is why they have to go abroad. Now these consultants will be able to come here. We're signing an MOU. I will mention it to Prime Minister Modi when I meet him in the weekend. And so that this can be moved forward. And for a more efficient health service, the administration of hospitals will be carried out by managers who are trained in human resource management. I always say that to my friend, Alan Bechu. I think you have a son who is a doctor as well, who works in America. In America, doctors don't run hospitals. Doctors are supposed to look after patients while they're running hospitals. This is not the job. You have to run hospitals by management, modern management. And this is what we're going to do here. You've seen the wastage. You've seen ordering medicine by huge stocks, then they become outdated, throw them away, order new medicine. We've seen what has happened during the COVID pandemic. Ventilators that were ordered, they paid millions, fucking blister. And they paid the money and the equipment doesn't work. So somebody has taken some money somewhere. That is why this was done. We're not born yesterday. And we are going to find out. It's taking time because we need evidence. But we are getting evidence. We want to reverse the downward trend we saw in life expectancy and healthy life expectancy, which is even more important. It's no point somebody lives up to 90, but the quality of life is poor. This is what our citizens endured up to 2024, Madam Speaker. This is why gender remains the focus of of our endeavors. Because women entrepreneurship, empowerment, protection, and improved childcare services and protection ensures that growth reaches the wider society. Increasing maternity leave, we know there has been some criticism of that, and paternity leave to 12 months and 6 months respectively, but it is an undertaking we took in our manifesto. It's in our manifesto. I know there has been some criticism, but we are looking at it, but this is what it should be. This is why, Madam Speaker, the budget provides for infrastructure for 8,000 social housing projects to start with, mixed income housing projects on privately owned land, and 1,000 housing units for middle income families. And Honorable Shakil Mohammed spoke to me about this problem that you see. I've also seen it during the election. Houses that are built, again, Anguille sous roche, as if do the work and see who got the contracts. People are close to them. That nobody talked about. I mean, on the side of the opposition, not behind this opposition.
Many oppositions.
Only two of them. Because a decent home is the foundation of dignity. We have to make it a reality for every low and middle income household. Our commitment to address the law and order situation, Madam Speaker, is unwavering. We know when we came, I was saying it myself, there was no law and order. There were areas where the police could not go. Drug was being sold everywhere. I don't say it has stopped. It hasn't stopped yet. I'm the first, it's not worse, but I'm the first to admit. There are certain sections, but we have a limited police force. They're doing what they can. But this, and another thing I want to stress, the police force must be respected. They deserve respect. We will not tolerate people attacking the policemen or policewomen. This cannot be tolerated. They represent the state, the security for our citizens. They need to be protected. This budget provides for tightening border controls as well. It equips our enforcement agencies with the tools, the technology, and the training they need. The setting up of a new national crime agency in the very near future will allow an integrated, intelligence-led, and multi-agency response to serious and organized crime, including financial crimes, cybercrime, money laundering, drug trafficking, and corruption. Madam Speaker, I know there will be criticisms, I know. But we need to have people who know how to tackle the problem. Today, you know what is happening? Before you arrest somebody, somebody knows. Already knows. And we know what happened under the previous regime. Planting occurred. Not once, not twice. You speak against the government, they'll plant something in your house. Even if there's nothing in your house, they will plant it. Madam Speaker, this National Crime Agency will revolutionize policing in Mauritius. At the end of the day, we have seen what has happened with the Christian case. The cover-up. Look at the report of the judgment of the magistrate. Very courageous. And we now have evidence that there was cover-up. It was murder. We have that much. They've destroyed a lot of evidence. That is why it's taking a longer time. Much of evidence is destroyed. But I hope we'll come to the bottom of this. This budget supports a whole of society response to the drug problem, bringing together the police, the customs, coast guards, social workers, educators, health professionals, and civil society. We want everybody to be on board. It cannot just be a problem for government or for the opposition. It should not be partisan. Everybody should be on board. Government, Madam Speaker, is also investing to improve early detection in schools. We know what is happening in workplaces. Expand awareness campaigns and ensure that rehabilitation is an integral part of national security. We need to combat this scourge of drugs it has to be relentless. Madam Speaker, climate risk is costly. We need to mitigate climate risk and protect the assets that sustain livelihood. That is why we have scalable investments in renewable energy, in coastal protection, and climate resilient infrastructure. My good friend, Minister Bagwan, mentioned, we know this, but I've seen it with my eyes. The erosion of the coastline. This is why we put money in that. We have to fight this. We have to prevent it. This budget also gives a place of high prominence to adapting to climate change and mitigating its impact. We scale up, as I said, investment in renewable energy, coastal protection, but also climate resilient infrastructure. We're also investing with an aim to reducing future disaster costs and protecting the assets that sustain livelihoods. Madam Speaker, as regards our policies on fiscal consolidation and good governance, on the revenue side, I've stated in my budget speech, I've just stated it, a high-level committee will be set up under the aegis of the Ministry of Finance to review our tax system to improve its fairness and efficiency. On the expenditure side, government continues to prioritize public investment in projects that catalyze private sector activity, create jobs, and build resilience. At the same time, we will introduce stronger performance frameworks to ensure that every rupee spent delivers value for the citizens. As I said, Madam Speaker, when the market fails, government has to intervene and lead. This is precisely why we have established the Purchasing Power Shield to bring about a reduction in the prices of major basic consumer products. The budget has provided for the State Trading Corporation to bulk purchase and sell essential goods, consumer goods with capped profit margins. Now, I must say, Madam Speaker, I'm always a bit worried about price control. It doesn't really work very often. But we're talking about big economies. This is a small economy. Many times you see collaboration between different sectors to keep the prices up. This is what you've seen it with the he was involved in that. This is why we're providing a budget for the State Trading Corporation. We have also provided a further 2 billion rupees this year for the Price Stabilization Fund and a series of subsidies on strategic consumer products. The intention is to lower living costs of consumers, especially again for the low and the middle income families. They are the ones who get squeezed. It is not enough for a nation to grow. The question is whether everyone in the middle class, the low-income group, the women, the young, and the vulnerable can share in that growth. It's no point growing and you leave behind half of the population. This budget answers that question with a commitment to compassion, to equity, and practical support. Allow me now, Madam Speaker, to say a few words about implementation. I think a couple of people mentioned it, and rightly so. The best policy is as good as its implementation. I am therefore making 3 commitments that will guide our actions in the coming year. First, transparency and accountability. We will publish quarterly performance reports on the budget's key indicators. Not easy for us, but we will do it, and open major programs of evaluations to independent review. Second, participation. We will expand consultations with stakeholders to fine-tune implementation and to ensure that programs reflect local realities. Third, we will adhere to the disciplined fiscal path while preserving its flexibility to protect the vulnerable, but to ensure that public sector investments are with high economic returns. Madam Speaker, this budget speaks to the future generations. The choices we make today become the conditions our children and grandchildren will inherit. That is why fiscal policy must be responsible, forward-looking, and sustainable. A people-centered budget cannot be short-sighted. It must invest in resilience, in human capital, infrastructure, environmental sustainability, and strong institutions. It must ensure that today's progress does not become tomorrow's burden. It must protect the future from waste, from neglect, and unsustainable choices. We will be judged by future generations, Madam Speaker, not only by what we have built, but also with what we have preserved. Did we leave a stronger economy, a fairer society, a cleaner environment, and better opportunities? Did we act with foresight and discipline? Did we choose the long-term national interest over short-term convenience? This budget, Madam Speaker, answers those questions by seeking to balance immediate needs, but with a long-term vision with lasting responsibility. It is a reminder that public finance is not only about the present, it is about the inheritance we leave behind. We must also give hope. We must ensure that we give hope. Allow me to highlight how we have put people first in that budget. For students, this budget is a message of confidence. It says that their education is not an expense to be managed, but an investment to be protected. It says that the country believes in their potential and is willing to support their journey from learning to leadership. For women, the budget is about fairness and empowerment. The Deputy Prime Minister mentioned in detail what we're doing. Too often, they carry a heavier burden than their fair share. Women, balancing work and care, ambition and responsibility, opportunity and constraint. For families and consumers, the central question is simple. Does this budget actually make your life more manageable? For every measure of adjustment, there is a measure of investment. For every reform, Madam Speaker, there is a vision. For every challenge, there is an opportunity. History will not judge us by the ease of our decisions. It will judge us by whether we have the courage to make the right decisions when the circumstances demanded it. The Mauritius we seek to build is one that is more innovative, more productive, more inclusive, and more resilient. A Mauritius where young people can find opportunities at home. They will not want to stay abroad. I'm happy to say that for the first time, people of the diaspora are coming here to work. That is a very good sign. Where businesses, big, medium, small, even micro businesses, they must be able to thrive and create jobs. Where public institutions are stronger, independent, and more efficient. Public institutions, without them, there can be no state. It's chaos. And this is what has happened. Where economic progress goes hand in hand, it must go hand in hand with social justice. A Mauritius which is open to the world and which attracts further investment. What I have just mentioned is the best way that we can to create conditions to be able to support those at the lower rung of the ladder. Madame la Présidente, permettez-moi à ce stade de répondre à quelques points soulevés par quelques membres. Enfin, j'ai déjà répondu sur la pension, mais malheureusement, l'opposition a choisi de se focaliser sur le thème de la pension pour des buts purement politiques. Le leader de l'opposition reconnaît lui-même. Lui-même, il a reconnu que le budget comprend des mesures positives. Et you know what they're saying, chasser le naturel, il revient au galop. Il s'est cantonné, comme tout tant d'autres d'ailleurs au sein de l'opposition, dans une litanie de propos démagogiques et dépourvus de bon sens et de sérieux. It would seem that he's a great fan of Gabbar Singh. He chose to quote what Gabbar Singh said in Shirley. Gabbar Singh is back with him. Madam Speaker, I don't believe in Gabbar Singh. I prefer Lord Krishna. And I quote from the Mahabharata, Kam Keha, do your duty. Is it a coincidence that the first comment of the opposition whip, first comment he made relates to the renovation of Clary's house? He said, we say you don't have money and you're renovating it. Clarence House is a national heritage, a building built in the 19th century, if I'm not mistaken. The MSM government allowed it to go down, decay. Go and see the work. Actually, the embassy showed it. Probably you didn't see it, was happy hour. It's him. I agree with you there. I agree with you. It's him. His government. We cannot allow a national heritage to just crumble. It's already going to cost us money. By the way, what is put in the budget? For the first year, it's not going to be 400 million now. Yeah. If we don't renovate it now, it will be extensive work. It will cost more. Madame Speaker, certains ont parlé d'incertitude et d'anxiété des ménages dans ce budget, mais ils ne se rendent pas compte que la vraie incertitude, la vraie anxiété, c'est la viabilité du système de pension. D'une faillite annoncée du fonds des pensions par leur irresponsabilité. Si rien n'est fait aujourd'hui, on se dirige directement vers la disparition de toute forme de pension. In 10 years' time, in 15 years' time, nobody will get a pension if we don't do what we're doing now. Avant même, tu as raison. C'est éloquent, Madame Speaker, qu'en réponse au vœu du chef du MSM, parce qu'il a un vœu de retourner. Le peuple lui a posé des questions. Allez voir sur Facebook. Je vais citer. Comment pouvez-vous comprendre? Il ne pas comprendre qu'il ne peut pas les retourner? Some people said, quand tu peux aller bail, mais tout encore?
Don't quote these.
Don't quote, okay.
No, because there are so many of them.
Yes. I just want.
Negative.
You're right.
Yes.
It will be too long. Yeah.
No, don't.
Madame Speaker, ce budget ne réduit pas notre ambition nationale. Il lui donne une fondation solide. Il protège les plus vulnérables. Il soutient les travailleurs et accompagne les entrepreneurs. Il le fait avec discipline, avec responsabilité, avec une vision de long terme. Certains ont parlé de reculade, alors qu'ils sont eux-mêmes coupables d'avoir acté la démagogie pour entraîner une reculade. Ils ont voulu instaurer un climat de doute et de confiance, de nous faire perdre le sens de notre responsabilité financière sans considération aucune pour ce que peut devenir l'avenir du pays. Nous avons fait preuve d'écoute comme dans tous les pays démocratiques. Comme un gouvernement responsable, nous avons un devoir de responsabilité financière. Nous avons l'obligation de protéger ce pays, qu'en fin de compte, protéger le peuple d'une faillite morale et c'est protéger l'avenir. Madame Speaker, nous condamnons la légèreté d'analyse et de réflexion de ces individus qui connaissent bien la situation, mais par démagogie. Ils sont bien au courant des dangers. Ils connaissent les indicateurs et surtout qu'ils connaissent les conséquences d'une politique économique débridée basée sur un populisme mensonger. Nous refusons ce repli sur le clientélisme électoral alors que l'avenir du pays est en jeu. Le risque est grand. Ils peuvent nous faire subir des conséquences désastreuses aux générations à venir si rien n'est fait au niveau des finances de l'État. Je le répète, une croissance durable ne peut exister sans stabilité économique. Une justice sociale durable ne peut pas exister sans des finances publiques saines. Un État fort est d'abord un État crédible. Notre pays, Madame la Présidente, a toujours su se relever lorsque les circonstances l'exigeaient, à plusieurs reprises dans notre histoire. Les Mauriciens ont démontré leur capacité à faire preuve de résilience, d'unité et de courage. Depuis l'indépendance, notre histoire démontre que la population de Maurice a toujours été à la hauteur de ses responsabilités durant les moments les plus difficiles. Aujourd'hui encore, nous devons faire ce choix, le choix de la responsabilité plutôt que celui du déni, le choix de réforme plutôt que celui de l'immobilisme et le choix de l'avenir plutôt que celui de la facilité. Je suis convaincu, Madame la Présidente, que Maurice possède tous les atouts nécessaires pour réussir cette nouvelle étape de son développement. Nous avons aujourd'hui des institutions solides. Le diaspora, comme je le mentionnais, ont des talents remarquables. Ce budget, Madame la Présidente, ce n'est pas un ensemble de mesures financières, c'est un engagement vers le futur, vers l'avenir. Un engagement vers notre jeunesse, envers les travailleurs, envers les familles mauriciennes et surtout envers les générations qui nous succéderont. Nous leur devons des finances publiques assainies, une économie plus compétitive, un peu plus forte, plus juste et plus prospère. C'est dans cet esprit que le gouvernement sollicite aujourd'hui l'approbation de cette honorable Assemblée avec confiance dans notre pays, avec confiance dans notre peuple et avec la certitude que les choix responsables que nous faisons aujourd'hui permettront à Maurice de bâtir un avenir plus solide demain. This budget, Madam Speaker, is not about doing nothing and now allowing our country to continue to drift into the abyss. This budget is about reversing the downhill spiral that we have been in. It is about securing the future. It is about building the bridge to the future. With these words, I commend the bill to the House.
I need someone to second. Who's seconding the motion? Yes. Thank you. The question is that the appropriation 2026-2027 bill, number 9 of 2026, be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Lie. À cause des pieds ici, là. I will make an announcement first. Before going down, I'll make an announcement. Honourable members, before we proceed with the Committee of Supply, I wish to inform the House that, consistent with established practice, the whips have agreed on an indicative allocation of time for the examination of the various estimates of expenditure under their respective programme codes. I will exercise some flexibility when the need arises. This is what we did last year. For the orderly and smooth conduct of proceedings, we shall consider the estimates page by page. I also wish to draw the attention of honourable members to Standing Order 73.3, which provides that discussion at committee must be confined to the details of the programme, sub-programme, or item of expenditure under consideration, and not to the general principles of government policy and administration, which we have just done. I appeal to honourable members and honourable ministers to be concise in their interventions and replies. Moreover, honourable members are further informed that the votes pertaining to the centralised services of government will be taken out of turn immediately after the committee will have considered the votes of expenditure for the Ministry of Finance. I thank you for your attention, and I rely on your cooperation for the smooth conduct of the exercise. Yes. Are we ready? Oui, mais je dois retirer les lunettes pour pouvoir lire.
Office of the President, Program Code 0101,
Yes.
Presidency Affairs.
Question 1. The question is that the sum of 129,100,000 rupees for Program Code 0101, Presidency Affairs, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Okay, Office of Vice President. Oui, il faut m'aider.
Office of the Vice President, Program Code 0102, Vice Presidency Affairs.
The question is, if anybody wants to speak, I can't see you very well because I removed my glasses, but you just raise your hand, somebody will tell me. Yes. Or you can say, Madam Speaker, I will hear. Yes, Honourable Member.
Yes.
We are on Office of Vice President?
Yes.
Yes, all right.
Clarification on at page 5, 22,900, decimal 011. Secretariat of Retired Vice President.
011.
May we know the modalities
Okay.
of the Secretariat of Retired Vice Presidents? How it works, the modalities?
Policy about retired?
Sorry?
You're asking me about policy for retirement?
The modalities.
The modalities?
Modalities. What are the conditions? What are the modalities? It's not a matter of policy. How it works.
Of retirement.
Madam Speaker.
Yes,
The
I
modalities.
hear you.
So what is the allowance for? Can we know? What are we paying? What are
Okay.
the modalities?
Prime Minister.
Decimal 011, please. Ça
Oui,
rappelle
il faut-
modalities.
on vient de
Yes.
commencer. Allons prendre ça bien, s'il vous plaît. On vient de commencer. Prime Minister, can you find it? It's 011. It's the Personal Secretariat of Retired Vice President. Modalities.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
The provision is for payment of monthly allowances for telephone bills, local calls, air tickets, medical checkups, expenses, surgical intervention, if required, for 3 retired vice presidents. Provision is also made for a retired vice president to employ a clerk and a typist and an office attendant at government cost.
C'est bon? Yes? All right? Okay, let's carry on. Okay, the question is that the sum of 23,800,000 rupees for program code 0102 Vice Presidency Affairs stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. National Assembly. That's us.
National Assembly, Program Code 0103, Parliamentary Affairs.
Yes. Tell us the page and the item.
Yes, I wanted to know at page 9.
Okay.
31122, decimal 824.
Page 9. One moment. Once we go to page 9, we're not coming back on the other pages. Okay? Page 9, yes.
Yes.
Il faut qu'on prenne notre rythme. Allez,
Yes.
allez-y.
31122, decimal 824. The
Yes.
Studio for Parliament TV.
Yes.
Do we know what
Live
this is about?
broadcasting.
Yes.
Of course. Yes, Prime Minister, can you reply?
It's for acquisition of equipment for live broadcasting for Studio for Parliament TV. The provision is made for phase 2 of the Parliament TV
Exactly.
channel, which will expand its scope.
Yes, for the moment. If I may, I'll help. May I? Am I allowed to do that? No, c'est important. For the moment, we're only seeing you like this. But there is a second phase coming when we will be doing a little bit more than that, like in France and in England. Okay? Next. So the question is that the sum of 366 million rupees for program code 0103, Parliamentary Affairs, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Yes.
Electoral Supervisory Commission, Electoral Boundaries Commission, Program Code 0104, Supervision of Electoral Activities and Review of Electoral Boundaries.
Yes. The question is at the sum of 3,400,000 rupees for Program Code 0104, Supervision of Electoral Activities and Review of Electoral Boundaries and part of the schedule. Aye, yes. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Office of the Electoral Commissioner, Program Code 0105.
Question is at the sum of 448,500,000 rupees for Program Code 0105 Electoral Services. Stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Judicial and Legal Service Commission, Program Code 0106.
Yes, the question is that the sum of 3 million rupees for Program Code 0106, recruitment and promotion of judicial and legal officers, and part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
The Judiciary, Program Code 0107.
The question, yes? Yes?
With regards to page
Which
20, page 20, the indicators, disposal of cases, the KPIs for the program heading, percentage of cases disposed. May I know?
KPIs, yes?
May I know the breakdown, total number of ongoing cases, civil and criminal, as at now, the end of the financial year?
I will have to table, Madam President. I will table it.
Can I ask another question, since the Prime Minister will provide?
While the Prime Minister's getting
May I know also the number of cases ongoing with provisional charges having been launched?
Do we have
You will,
that
you
one?
will have in your
I
breakdown.
will be able to give you, I will have to ask.
Est-ce qu'on a ça dedans?
Yes.
Hold your horses a bit. Yeah, but hold your horses a bit. Let us get the answers. Can we get the answers? Prime Minister will table. Okay, ask me. Okay, another question.
Yes. May I?
Yeah.
Thank you. Madam Speaker,
Page.
yes, it's with regards to page number 21, transcription software, 31132.801, transcription software.
Let me find it first. 21.
132 is capital expenditure. Page
Yeah,
21,
capital.
decimal 801, at the bottom of the page.
Bottom of the page. Acquisition of software.
Yes. May we have the modalities of the transcription software from the Prime Minister? The details, to put it another word?
Are you able to give us that?
I can give you
Software?
details later. I will have to, but I know it's for procure transcription software to allow to transcribe audio recordings of case proceedings
Of cases.
in English, French, and Creole, Mauritian
Wow.
Creole language. That is one.
Very good. Interesting. You got it, huh? Yes, the question is that the sum of 928 million rupees for Program Code 0107, Administration and Delivery of Justice, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, Program Code 0108.
Question is that the sum 223 million rupees for Program Code 0108, Criminal Advisory and Litigation, stand part of the schedule. Give me time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. We better do it the proper way, please. The ayes have it.
Public Service Commission and Discipline Forces Service Commission, Program Code 0109.
Question is at the sum of 160 million rupees for Program Code 0109, Public Service and Discipline Forces Service Affairs, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Public Bodies Appeal Tribunal, Program Code 0110.
Question is at the sum of 24,100,000 rupees for Program Code 0110, Determination of Appeals, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Office of Ombudsman, Program Code 0111.
Question is at the sum of 22,100,000 rupees for Program Code 0111, Protection Against Maladministration in the Public Sector, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
National Audit Office, Program Code 0112.
Yes? Question? Yes? Yes, I thought so. Yeah.
Yes, page 39, Madam Speaker. We've got your sub-program
39.
011201, regularity.
One moment. 0. Where is it on the page? Up?
It's the sub-program 011201,
Yes.
regularity audit.
What would be your
Yes, on the KPI. It's a question of KPI.
KPI? Yes.
Yeah, so with regards to, may I ask the Prime Minister, with regards to the 83% KPI target that has been met for financial statements and of statutory bodies and local authorities submitted and audited within the prescribed statutory deadline, may we know from the Honourable Prime Minister with regards to the 17% that have not respected the deadline, the actions taken under enforcement actions taken for those 17.
No, this is, I can't allow this. You have to speak on the budget, not on the actions taken, etc.
But it is the KPI. 17% that are out of the that have not complied. I want to know. It is part of the KPI for them to comply. So I want to know what has been done.
It seems to me.
Normally, I can't give up. It's the National Audit Office who does all this.
Yes, you'll find out. In due course. In due course. Okay. The question is that the sum of 218,500,000 rupees for Program Code 0112, External Audit Services, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Employment Relations Tribunal, Program Code 0113.
Question is at the sum of 33 million rupees for Program Code 0113, Industrial and Employment Dispute Resolution, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Local Government Service Commission, Program Code 0114.
Yes, Leader of the Opposition.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can I ask the Honourable Prime Minister?
On which page, please?
Page 47.
47, yes.
Who is the new chairperson of the LGSC? And can you also give the names of the members of the LGSC?
Yeah, Human Resources. Chairperson and members. Do you have their names?
Yeah. The chairperson is being finalized with the president, so I'm not at liberty unless the president confirms it. I think it probably will be writing to you, I think. So the names, I can give you the names, I'll get the names, I'll give it to you.
On n'entend pas très bien. Oui, il y a un micro qui marche pas? Oui.
C'est travail là, c'est travail.
Okay, that's better, yeah. So
You're talking about the LGSC, huh?
Yes, LGSC, who is the chairperson?
The chairperson is Mr. Kouten Ipepemal. And the members are Mr. Siunap, Mr. Oler, and Mr. Passantrai.
Yes. Yes, yes.
The same issue. Can we know the allowances paid to the chairperson and also to the other members, please?
The chairperson salary is 157,000 monthly. As for the commissioner, it's 73,800 monthly.
Okay, yes. Question is at the sum of 62,800,000 rupees for program code 0114, local government service affairs, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
National Human Rights Commission, program code 0115.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, with regards to page 49.
49, yes.
The KPI for program 0115, protection and promotion of human rights. Percentage of cases resolved within 1 year. May we have from the Prime Minister, may he provide to the House a breakdown of the cases, the nature of cases that have been resolved, the nature of the complaints that have been resolved, firstly. Secondly, the number of successful convictions secured. You will eventually come back with but
Yes, yes, all right.
Permettez-moi, Madame la Présidente, permettez-moi d'avoir une clarification parce qu'éventuellement cela reviendra à nous. Est-ce que nous allons devoir répondre pour les items, les dotations qu'on vote ou pour les policy decisions que l'honorable membre veut savoir? Il faudra, j'ai pas encore terminé, excusez-moi.
Il n'a pas fini.
Ouais. Mais c'est important d'avoir cette clarification et si c'est permis dans le committee of supply d'avoir d'expliquer les policy decisions.
J'ai déjà dit au début.
Ouais, mais moi aussi j'ai bien compris, mais je suis étonné que l'honorable membre n'arrive pas à comprendre cela.
Moi aussi je suis étonné. Madame la Présidente, puis-je? Madame la Présidente,
oui.
Ce sont des décisions administratives.
Oui.
Le KPI, the KPI deals with cases that have been resolved. It is the right of this House to know the breakdown of the cases, the categories of cases. It's got nothing to do with policy. And I'm surprised that this seasoned member is trying to raise this issue now.
Non, c'est ni l'un ni l'autre en fait. C'est pas tout à fait policy, mais est-ce que le Premier ministre peut dire ça lui? Vous avez? Oui. Non. Le Premier ministre veut répondre. Le Premier ministre veut répondre. Allez-y. Hein? It's a point. I can't. Si tout le monde parle, moi, qu'est-ce que je fais? Je ne vais pas partir pour l'instant, là. Hein? Mais si vous me poussez à bout, vous savez comment je fais. Vous préférez order you out? Non. Allez-y.
Yeah. Donc, I refer the House to section 73, subsection 3 of the standing orders. I'll quote.
I already spoke.
But it also says, let me quote. Discussions at the committee shall be confined to the details of their expenditure contained in the program, sub-program, or item of expenditure, and shall not refer to the general principles of government policy and administration.
Madam Speaker, this Parliament voted for the performance-based budgeting. We are being given KPIs to vote on. How can we not know the breakdown of those KPIs? There's nothing to hide. The Honourable Prime Minister will easily get that information. There's nothing to hide.
First of all, Honourable Damri, you're just repeating what I said earlier, okay? First of all. So we're losing time. And the Prime Minister is happy to give that information. It's about human rights. Let's have the information. Yes, please, Prime Minister.
The number of complaints which have been received from the 1st of July to the 18th of June of this year is 546. From 437 of those have been resolved. And so about 80% of the cases have been resolved.
Oui, on ne peut pas savoir exactement sur quel. You can put a question on that. Yeah. Yes, that is a good answer. But on ne peut pas aller dans chaque détail. Vous vous rendez compte si on fait ça? Mais vous avez le droit de venir avec des questions parlementaires. Oui, bon, allez, on garde notre calme. Next one, National Human Rights. Yes. National Human Rights Commission, we're coming back. The question is at the sum of 48 300,000 rupees for program code 0115, protection and promotion of human rights, and part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Office of Ombudsperson for Children, program code 0116.
The question is at the sum of 22,700,000 rupees for program code 0116, protection of the rights and interests of children, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Complaints Commission, program code 0117.
Question is at the sum of 17 million rupees for program code 0117, investigation into complaints against police officers, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Yes? Yes?
Page 53, with regards to 0117, investigation into complaints against police officers. May we know for the last financial year the number of charges laid against, following complaints, following investigation, that is, charges laid against accused parties?
Charges laid? No, not charges. Number of cases.
When an investigation is completed, it's obviously translated into charge. So this is how we measure it.
No,
how else? Well, the Attorney General perhaps can help.
I can tell you about the cases, number of cases received,
yes,
number of cases disposed, and number of cases still under investigation.
Yes, that you can give.
The number of cases that has resulted in prosecution, because it is an investigative authority.
Do you have that one?
That I will have to table because the investigation is still ongoing. I will have to table.
No, he wants the one that are over.
How many have been open?
Over.
Well, 5,646 are the number of cases that have been received. Of those, 3,320 have been disposed. And the rest, that is 2,426, are still in the
under investigation.
Could the Prime Minister, for the sake of this exercise, could the Prime Minister seek the information and provide that to the House with regards to the 3,000 cases that have been completed, the investigation that have been completed, how many have resulted in actual prosecutions?
Okay, well, you can provide that later.
I will have to ask the police, yeah.
Later. Okay, the question is that the sum of 17 million rupees for program code 0117, investigation into complaints against police officers, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Office of the Ombudsperson for Financial Services, program code 0118.
The question is at the sum of 16,500,000 rupees for program code 0118, protection of consumers and of financial services, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Financial Crimes Commission, program code 0119.
Question is at the sum of 475 million rupees for program code, yes, 0119, combating financial crimes, yes, yes. Okay, yes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the House be provided with a salary of the newly appointed director?
Page. One moment. You should tell us. It's human resources. Human resources, right? Yes, here. Non. Mais non, c'est pas ça.
Madam Speaker, it is on page 59. Item 26, grants, and my question relates to staff cost, that is item 26313.164.
Financial Crimes Commission, right? Staff costs, is that what you want? Honorable Leader? Okay. Okay, so newly appointed director.
Yeah, I can tell you his monthly salary is 261,165 rupees.
C'est ça que vous avez demandé?
You asked for the chairperson, no?
Director.
For the director, I don't have the figure here. I know for the chairperson, but I'll get it, I suppose.
No? Yes, Honorable Values. Wait for a while.
In fact, he's the director.
Oh, he's the director, yeah.
Can I ask with regards to page 59, with regards to program 0119, combating financial crimes? I'd like to ask the Prime Minister with regards to asset recovery unit, number of application for attachment orders. May we know from the Honorable Prime Minister, we see that there's 25 assets that have been, for which an attachment order was obtained. May we know if any of these have been realized, and if so, the revenue generated through realization of assets seized?
That I would have to ask for the information on Madam President.
You don't have it right now, okay. So we take note, huh? Okay. Okay. Question is at the sum of 475 million rupees for program code 0119, combating financial crimes, 10 part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Prime Minister's Office, program code 0201.
Question is at the sum of 2,015 million rupees for program code 0201, Prime Minister's Office, 10 part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Yes, well, yes.
May I ask on, is there someone else? No,
Yes.
it's okay.
Why not?
64, à l'item 22.120.017, legal fees, il y a une augmentation considérable de 20 millions.
Quelle page, s'il vous plaît?
64.
64.
On pourrait avoir plus de détails sur les raisons de cette augmentation. En quoi consistent ces legal fees et à qui sont-ils payés, s'il vous plaît?
Legal fees? Legal fees.
Legal fees, the provision has been made to cater for payment to external lawyers for advice to provide in respect of Chagos Archipelago, and also reimbursement of reasonable out-of-pocket expenses by these external lawyers, including travel and hotel accommodation, when the meetings were held in Mauritius.
Yes. Did you want to say something, Honorable Duval? Yes.
Page 64, 22,900, decimal 985. Management and surveillance of Chagos Archipelago, the marine protected area. May we know how the 30 million rupee is planned to be disbursed?
Management and surveillance of Chagos.
It will have to, it depends on whether the treaty is ratified first.
Yes. Ms. Berger, yes. I'm sorry, Honorable.
À la page 65, l'item 31.122, décimal 814, l'acquisition de Aircon, on passe de 4 millions à 20 millions. Est-ce qu'on pourrait avoir plus de détails sur cette augmentation?
This is for, they have to acquire acquisition of air conditioning equipment and also heating, ventilation of the air conditioning system. The whole, it's, when they say Prime Minister's Office, it's the whole area, the building.
The whole building. Yes. Yes, Honorable Duval.
Speaker, with regards to page 66, may we turn the page or?
C'est bon là, c'est toujours la même chose. 66.
Yes.
Which item?
With regards to 66, 22,900, 014, hospitalities and ceremonies.
Yes, okay, 014.
Here we have the details of the disbursements for the last financial years, the number of events held and the specific
40 000.
disbursements.
1 million, of course. C'était bien 40 000. 40 millions.
Yeah. First of all, these are for medals. 20,054,581. For state banquet, the state visit of the President of the Republic of Seychelles on the National Day, the state visit of President Macron. So that came to, for the banquet, it was 5,131,907. For President Macron, it was 3,829,570. And the use of the state lounge, the accommodation and other expenses, that is cultural shows and the floral decorations and so on.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Chair. I'll refer the Prime Minister to page 66, item number 21110.005, extra assistance. There is an increase this year. Can we be provided with the names of advisors at the level of the Prime Minister's office, their salaries, and if ever there are advisors on a pro bono basis, can we have their names also, Madam Chair?
Would that concern advisors, extra assistance?
In the past, Madam La Présidente, in the past, everybody was an advisor. So we changed this. You can't have somebody who is they're doing extra assistance to specific services, but they were put under the column of special advisors. So people think the Prime Minister has so many advisors. In fact, it's not the case. So that is why it's been separated.
It's split now. So what was your question?
My request, can we be provided with a list?
Haven't we got that before in the House? I think you put a question before and you got the list. We want to know the increase, not the names. The increase. Because we've already got the names. Wait. Okay. Non, je vais passer la parole là.
I can circulate the names.
Circulate?
I can circulate the names.
Yeah, circulate. Because we are running out of time. Honorable Joanna Béranger, please.
Sur le même item soulevé par l'honorable Duval, à la page 66, l'item 22 900 014, Hospitality and Ceremonies. En fait, dans les estimates qui nous avaient été donnés l'année dernière, c'était une somme de 25 millions qui avait été allouée pour l'année à venir et les 3 prochaines années. Cette somme a été augmentée pour devenir 40 millions dans les estimates que nous avons cette année. Peut-on savoir qu'est-ce qui est prévu et pourquoi il y a cette augmentation et qui sont les chefs d'État qui viendront nous visiter? C'était une somme allouée de 25 millions. Elle est passée de 25 millions à 40 millions. Dans les estimates de l'année dernière, c'était une somme allouée de 25 millions. C'est passé à 40 millions. J'essaie d'être claire, mais...
Sorry, what item is it? What number?
We're still on hospitality and ceremonies.
Yes, hospitality and ceremonies.
Madam Speaker, there were state banquets, state visit for President Macron, state banquet for the President of...
Non, pour l'année à venir. That's what
L'année à venir. Dans les estimates de l'année dernière, c'était une somme de 25 millions qui avait été allouée pour l'année à venir. Mais cette somme a été révisée à 40 millions. Peut-on savoir pourquoi?
Parce que l'année dernière, on a dépensé plus. Alors ça, on a fait la provision pour ça.
Next year. You understood? Yes, I think we got it. Yes. Are we all right now? Because we've done 5 minutes under this same item, 68. Yes, carry on.
Yeah, may I ask the Prime Minister, the Honourable Prime Minister, 22,900 on page 68. Decimal 910.
22,900.
Running cost of security unit.
Which item?
22,900
security unit.
Decimal 910.
910. 22,900, 9.910.
Yes. There
Running
is-
cost of security unit, 30,000 last year. Million, of course. I wish they were thousands. 30 million, 37 million, right?
Yes, so the question is, there is a considerable increase for this coming financial year. May we know the reasons for that increase?
It's about security matters because we are relooking at the whole security, including at the airport, and this is what we are doing.
Okay. Yes.
Security unit. Can the Prime Minister enlighten the House? What is the security unit exactly? Is it his security? Are we talking about officials' personal security, or what is the security unit?
State security, of
Very
course.
generally, because I'm not sure
the
you can do that.
expenses related to counter-terrorism unit. We're setting up this counter-terrorism unit. When we set up, we have to purchase equipment, we have to meet operational costs of the unit. That's part of it. There's the running cost of the security unit as well. And then they have conferences and seminars, and as well as basically that.
We hear security unit. I want to understand, what is that security unit? Is
It
it
exists
is it the
already.
VIPSU? Is it what is it?
Well,
It's
just tell him what.
no.
Just tell him what
Counter-terrorism is another item. Don't try and. It's a very. There's no
I'm
pun
not trying
intended.
anything.
Not you, Madam Speaker. Behind. They are answering for the Prime Minister. It's not counter-terrorism. It is security unit. My question: can he
Don't repeat,
elaborate
I've got
on the
it.
security unit? It is too
Yes.
general.
Is it possible or is it secret?
No, it includes counter-terrorism unit. That's part of security. That's why I mentioned counter-terrorism unit. Which item are you talking about?
Decimal 910. 37 million.
190.
Counter-terrorism is 909.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were asking.
910 is running cost of security unit.
Yeah, there is a national security advisor here who's also in the security unit. First of all, there is him. He's responsible for that security division. Is responsible to enhancing national security and protecting the territorial integrity of Mauritius. They have to formulate guidelines on security matters. They coordinate national security matters with different other government agencies to provide views, and then they follow the recommendations, and also providing security to VVIPs.
Okay, Honorable Kirin, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is with regard this time to expenses related to counter-terrorism unit from 50 million to 90 million. Can we know? 68, same page.
No, but which item?
Item 2900 decimal 909.
Okay,
From
expenses.
50 millions to
Just
90
one before.
millions. Can we know
Just
the
the one
reason
before.
for such a huge increase?
I just said it's for the
Counter-terrorism.
counter-terrorism unit, which we are setting up. We are setting up this counter-terrorism unit. They have to purchase equipment. They have operational costs.
Okay. Yes, Honorable.
À la page 69, item 31 121 décimal 801, acquisition of vehicles. Pareillement, dans les estimates qui nous avaient été donnés l'année dernière, c'était un autre chiffre et il y a une augmentation de 23 millions dans l'allocation budgétaire pour l'année à venir. Peut-on savoir combien de véhicules vont être achetés et à qui sont-ils destinés?
There was a plan to, first of all, the vehicles haven't been changed since the previous government were there, so we need to replace the vehicles. But also we were planning for the business conference that we were having with the United States. We have to acquire vehicles.
Okay. Yes,
I think
Honorable.
about 44, but I can't remember the exact number.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. I refer the Honourable Prime Minister to page 68. Items
On est déjà page 69.
But
If you have no objection, on va dire les deux sont ensemble. I will allow you. But try and remember, once we finish the page, we're done. So come back.
Speaker, you need to tell us that that page is over.
Okay, I will do that.
Yes. Madam Chair, I refer Double Prime Minister to page 68, item number 22900, .842 and .843, two new items.
Diaspora.
Yeah.
And
the other one
reception.
with migrants.
Irregular
from Lagos.
migrants. Okay.
Can we be provided with more information? Thank you.
Migrants from Chagos. Yes.
No, I don't.
No?
Irregular migrants.
Irregular migrants. Diaspora. 842 is diaspora. Expenses. C'est ça que je vois, moi. Irregular.
It's, first of all, so it's not Chagos. You're asking, yeah? It's not Chagos. It's not about Chagos. If you're asking about the diaspora, I take it, the Global Advisory Council, this is to serve as a platform to encourage greater participation from our diaspora and friends of Mauritius from overseas for our development. And the migration unit, in collaboration with the concerned stakeholders, is working on the setting up, they are setting it up, of a Diaspora Global Advisory Council.
Yeah. There were two items.
What's the other one?
The other item, yeah, irregular migrants.
You're speaking about the illegal migrants that we have already deported?
843.843, Prime Minister.
843.
Moi-même, j'ai du mal.
Oh, yeah, that is about the Chagos, in fact. There is a draft agreement between Mauritius and the UK providing for a migration protocol for the reception of irregular migrants. There are not many, there have been 4, if I remember properly, from Diego Garcia. The immigrant migrants brought to Mauritius would be the responsibility of the Mauritian state. Now that Great Britain, yeah, depending on the protocol, of course.
These are not Mauritians, of course. No. Vous avez compris? Moi, je connais l'histoire. Oui, il y a un protocole. We've already done 15 minutes on this. Okay, so the question is at the sum of 2,015 million rupees for program code 0201, Prime Minister's Office. Stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Pay Research Bureau, program code 0202.
Question is at the sum of 46,600,000 rupees for program code 0202, pay and conditions of service. Stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Civil Status Division, program code 0203.
Question is at the sum of 148 million rupees for program code 0203, Civil Status Affairs. Stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Government Printing, program code 0204.
Yes.
KPIs, page 70. Yes, page 70.
Page
70.
70. You know, told it.
Takes patience to answer calmly like this.
70.
70. It's the 4th time I'm saying this. 70. Because it takes patience all the time. They're saying page. They say, no, it's actually irritating. It's 70, 70.
We are already on government printing.
No, but I ask for patience. Equal Opportunities Commission.
Est-ce que je peux... C'est pas 2 minutes. Members, je vais perdre ma voix. Alors, we've already voted and we are now on government printing. I'm sorry, we missed you.
J'ai mis mon nom pour la page 70. Demandez, j'ai pas envie d'en parler.
Non, je sais pas. Tout ce temps-là, je vous ai donné la parole. Ne me rendez pas la vie difficile. We'll skip that one and try and follow what we're doing. Everybody try and follow, please. Government printing, I was saying, right?
It's going to be difficult. Let's recall the page now.
Yeah, we have to
Please.
Vous savez ce qu'on va faire? I will call the page. Ah, moi je suis gentil, moi. Je suis gentil. Allez, government printing, page 84, 85. Government printing. Question is at the sum. Prochaine fois, vous me mettez ça. Hein? Question is at the sum 233 million rupees for program code 0204. Government printing services. Stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Next. Page.
Rodrigues.
Allez, page 88.
Rodrigues and Outer Islands, program code 0205.
Question is that the sum of 6 billion 9. Chut! Hey, oh, j'entends plein de murmures. The question is that the sum of 6 billion 982 million rupees for program code 0205 Rodrigues and Outer Islands stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Oui. Bon, mais là, on a fini ça. On a fini. Elle veut parler? On which one? On Rodrigues? Oui. La page est là. Page 91, c'est ça la page. Allez, dis.
Reform Institutions and Rehabilitation, program code 0206.
Page 91, okay? Right.
May I?
Yes.
Page 91. KPIs for the successful rehabilitation of offenders and children in probation institutions. May we know if in regards to the former and the latter, that is offenders and children in probation institutions, the rate of reoffending for the last financial year that has been registered?
Which one? I'm sorry. Outcome, page 91, successful rehab. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
I will have to table, Madam Speaker, I will have to table it.
Okay. Okay, information is coming.
I could table it as well, but anyway, from July last year to May of this year, 23 probation orders and 275 community service have been issued. 87% of the probationers and commissioned workers have completed their community orders. The success rate of probation orders is assessed by evaluating two, I'm giving you the details of key factors, the offender's compliance, and also with the conditions, and then the extent to which the offender's criminologic needs have been addressed. And the success rate of the community service orders, again, is determined by the offender's regularity in attending the work site, the quality of work, the offender's behavior, and all this. And if you ask about the percentage of offenders, in fact, it's about 70%. From what I see. No, sorry, not refunding. Those who have successfully completed their rehabilitation. So it's 30%.
Gets the information at a later stage, the precise, if you can.
I doubt whether it concerns reoffending.
If it's 70%. Non, je sais, mais c'est dans le même KPI.
Dans l'esprit, mais c'est pas reoffending.
But if it's 70%, means 30% have been referred. I think I'll get it on this.
Yes. Percentage is very high, in fact. On est à page 92 là, hein? Ça, j'ai fini? J'ai pas appelé encore. Question? C'est toujours la même chose. OK. On bouge la page 92, 93, 94 maintenant. Now I put the question. Is that the sum of 143 million rupees for program code 0206, rehabilitation of offenders and children in probation institutions, stand part of the schedule? Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Forensic Science Laboratory Program Code 0207.
Page 94. Yes?
The leader of the question first.
Leader? Yes? Yes?
95.
94.
Page 94. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Page 94. KPI, exactly. Credible scientific evidence to support investigation. Madam Speaker, Chairman, may I ask the Honourable Prime Minister for the last financial year, out of the 69% of cases received and analysed, may we know for which the breakdown of the type of dangerous drug that was successfully analysed within that year, and for those that weren't successfully analysed, what the breakdown again of the drugs. So we have a comparative, can do a comparative.
I believe we don't have that information at the moment, Madam Speaker, but maybe
Not
we can get you
surprised.
circulated.
Yeah, but in due course we'll provide. Keep all these issues. Yes. Yeah, of course. 95. Page 95.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I refer the Honourable Prime Minister to page 95, item 21110.001, salary and allowances. Can the House be provided with the monthly salary of the Director of the Forensic Science Laboratory and any allowances drawn also? Can we be provided with that information?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Director FSL.
Yeah. The remuneration is, just make sure I give you the right figure, of 119,500, the monthly salary. That special, there is a special all-inclusive allowance as well of 305,500 per month.
Yes? Okay? Yes? Pardon. Yes?
Page 96, item 31112.019, construction of a forensic science laboratory. Can we have the cumulative expenditure up to June 2026? And can we know the reason of a change in the project value?
No, why the value has been changed? Is that what you're asking?
Il était de 850 millions, il est devenu 875 millions. Dans l'estimates qu'on avait eu l'année dernière, le project value était 850 millions. Et si possible, d'avoir le cumulative expenditure.
I can give you the detail, but I know by memory that they have been acquiring new equipment, especially for the new drugs that they want to analyze. And also they have been asking for expertise advice. But I can give you the details.
Okay. Good. The question is at the sum of 585 million rupees for program code 0207 forensic science services, 10 part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Page 97.
National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Center.
97, 98, okay?
The Honourable Prime Minister, with regards to item 31122, machinery and equipment. May we be provided with the list of equipment that is presently allocated at the NDRRM? See?
IT
equipment.
IT equipment.
I said 31 capital expenditure, 31122 other machinery and equipment. And I asked for the list currently allocated of items falling under that item code, other machinery and equipment. The breakdown of the equipments, machinery, etc., currently allocated to the NDRRMC.
There's I want to make sure that we're talking about the same. You're asking about the other machinery and equipment? They're quite IT equipment, mainly IT equipment, and there's a decrease due to equipment donated. Equipment has been donated by the Indian Ocean Commission under the EU-funded project. So that is why it has been.
It's only the IT equipment.
And also there is the enhancement of the video conferencing system in the main conference room, which has cost 600,000 rupees. It's for video conferences. There's also an implementation of Microsoft 365 Business Premium Cloud Services, which has cost 400,000 rupees.
If I may clarify, I require for the benefit of the House, the inventory of the items of the machinery and equipment, the inventory which is allocated at the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Center. So the inventory, the Prime Minister may provide us with that list in due time.
No, but Honorable Duval, if I may be wrong, but it's the estimate concerns only acquisition of IT equipment.
If I may, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
There is provision for the last financial year, and assets, equipment have been purchased. I now require the updated list.
You'll provide, okay. Can we carry on? Leader is going to put a question, yes?
Thank you, Chair. I'll refer the Honourable Prime Minister to page 98, item number 22,900, other goods and services, of which 0.903, that is awareness campaigns. Can we know how many campaigns were carried out in the last financial year?
How many campaigns is difficult for me to say, but I know there has been an increase for an inclusive and multi-platform. Maybe I'll get it. There is a provision to cater for an inclusive and multi-platform awareness. That's what I was saying. Strategy for awareness campaign.
Yes. Yes, please.
Toujours à la page 98, l'item 2220, décimal 008, fees to consultant. Peut-on savoir en quoi consistent ces fees? Pourquoi est-ce qu'il y a eu besoin d'un consultant et qui est le consultant?
For the consultants, provision has been made for consultancy fees to develop a GIS-based national logistics database that will integrate the logistics resource data across public and private sectors. Also, there is a fee for the National Emergency Operations Command, but that's not what she asked. What the Honourable Member asked.
All right. C'est qui le consultant? Prime Minister, you have a name?
They haven't appointed a consultant yet, but they will appoint.
Okay, the question is that the sum of 33 million rupees for program code 0208, National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Mauritius Meteorological Services, program code 0209.
Page 100. Page 100. Question is that the sum of 347 million rupees for program code 0209 Meteorological Services stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Yes?
Yes, under the page 100, under the general program heading, program 0209 Meteorological Services, may we have from the Prime Minister the accuracy for the last financial year of weather forecasts by the meteorological services? Percentage accuracy. And You will know that it used to be a KPI, if I'm not mistaken.
I can
Laissez le Premier ministre,
tell
il
the
aime
honorable
ça.
opposition whip, in no country you can get it 100% right. Look what has happened in Europe. So it's never 100%. Yes, I'll have to give it to you.
Moi, vous avez fait rire tout le monde, c'est bien. Allez, page 101. Page 1, page 102. Yes, 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 there's a question.
Thank you. Page 102, item 31122, decimal .999, part B, hydrometer project, grant-funded Green Climate Fund. As speaker being given, Mauritius has a higher sea level rise per year as per some information about around 6.4 millimeter per year. May I know from the Honorable Prime Minister whether this project takes on board rigs, especially to take records data from Port Maturin?
Yes, yes. Yes, it does. Yeah. The answer is yes.
Good. You have a question?
Yes, on the same item, Chair, can the Honourable Prime Minister provide the House with more information on the Hydromet project?
Hydromet.
It's an automatic
same item.
rain gauge and weather station in its database, in its and also there's purchase of, and that includes HF radio, tide gauge station, wave rider, humidity chamber, hydrogen leakage detector, and a power meter for the radio station.
Thank you, everybody. Question is at the sum of 347 million rupees for program code 0209, meteorological services. Stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
External communications.
Page 105.
Program code 020.
Je vais tomber.
Program code 0220.
Okay, page 105. 104? Okay, 104. Pourquoi? Ah bon, j'ai dit 105. 104,
With regards
okay.
to 104 program outcomes, 0220, policy and strategy for port and airport development. Indicator, average service time spent at berth hours per ship. May we know from the Honourable Prime Minister, we see that the target has not been reached for the budget, the last financial year that was budgeted. May we know if there are any reports that have been communicated to him and that can be made available to the House, which have established the regression in meeting the targets, but also in past performance as well.
I can't remember, there was a report sent to me, but I know that there some of these offloading equipment has failed, and we have to replace them. And it doesn't say more than that. It says digitalization and automation of port operations and modernizing of container and facilities, which some of them are not working.
Same question, but for the airport. There's the same issue.
Same issue.
Of regression on target and performance.
Because even the connections to the airplanes, that also we're having problems. They're all going to have to be changed. But they're repairing them, because the idea is that if we have some agreement, there might be Ile-Maurice is looking for agreements, that might be part of the package. And an amount of I see here 2.7 billion would then be invested to expand, modernize, and enhance the efficiency of the airport.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Still on that page 104, 020, policy and strategy for port and airport. We are voting a sum. We are being asked to vote an additional sum of 1.2 billion rupees. May we know from the Honourable Prime Minister what is behind the policy and strategy which involves this increase? So how the 2.3 billions and especially the increase of 1 billion is going to go into that policy, if you can explain it.
Which page? Page 104. 104. C'est le summary, ça, hein? C'est un summary, ça. Je crois que la réponse, on l'a déjà. On a déjà la réponse. C'est un summary. Yes. 106. 106. Page 106.
106.
Yeah, please. Ça va.
106, Madam Speaker, with regard to modern, safe and efficient aviation and port services, I'll refer the Honorable Prime Minister to the last item, provision of passenger facilitation services at Plaine Corail Airport, Airport of Rodrigues Limited. For 2025-2026, the target was 350,000 passengers, whereas what is recorded here as provisional number of passengers facilitated is only 299,531. Can we have answer why?
There was one airplane which had problems, had to be removed from so there were fewer airplanes.
Fewer airplanes, yes. Okay. 107. 108. 109. 110. 111. 112. No. 111. Oui, the question. Si tout le monde me bouscule, je ne pourrai plus. The question is at the sum of 2,333,000,000 rupees for program code 0220, policy and strategy for port and airport development. We stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
External communications, program code 0221.
Page 108. Yes, we went too far. External communication. Question is at the sum of 490 million rupees for program code 0221, civil aviation services. Stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye, those against say no. Ayes have it. Sans presse.
Police service, program code 0230.
Page 113. Question, yes? Yes?
112.
112.
Yes.
Yes?
0230.
Yes.
Law and order, crime rate per 1,000 population. May I ask the Honorable Prime Minister, with regards to the crime rate, may we know the inquiry completed in investigation of crimes? So the rate of inquiry completed for investigation of crimes for last year. Number of crimes reported, number of crimes for which have been investigated.
In the name of criminals. Oh.
No, Madam Speaker, the rate is 4.2, therefore it has been reported, right? We agree it has been reported. What I'm asking is, what out of these crimes reported, what has been the number of cases which investigation has been successfully completed?
Rate. Yes.
I will have to circulate this because it's quite a long list you're asking. I will have to circulate it.
Yes, all right. The question is 113, yes? Yes?
115, page 115, s'il vous plaît.
115?
Oui, 115, police service.
Je n'entends pas. Est-ce que 114, quelqu'un a quelque chose? Non. 115, allez. 115. On est à 115 là, les amis. Allez. I'm listening. Yes.
22 900, décimale 973, expenses in connection with Safe City Project. Peut-on savoir combien de caméras sont fonctionnelles?
Safe City.
Can I ask the number, sorry?
Alors.
Page 115, item 22 900, décimale 973, expenses in connection with Safe City Project. Si on peut savoir le nombre de caméras fonctionnelles, opérationnelles.
I think it's coming with the answer because I don't have it with me. It doesn't say actually how many cameras are actually working. It says provision has been made for rental to Mauritius Telecom for installation of 4,000 surveillance cameras, over 2,000 intelligent video surveillance sites, traffic cameras, 375 intelligent surveillance sites. But that is not
There's
the question.
more coming. There's more
The question is how many are actually. I'm told all cameras are operational.
Now operational. Now. Yes.
I have a few questions on that page, if you will allow. First, yes, the first being, may the Honorable Prime Minister tell us how many cameras have not yet been installed under the Safe City project as at date?
Not yet installed.
They have made, so I can give you the list. What has not yet been installed, the 157 actually have not yet been installed. 157. Yeah.
May I?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Still with regards to the Safe City project, may I know from the Honorable Prime Minister?
One moment. May I know what's the problem, Honorable Jaman? You were saying something. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Vous croyez que je suis né de la dernière pluie? Allez-y.
Chair, thank you. May I ask the Honorable Prime Minister, Safe City project still? Can the Prime Minister state the number of components that have been activated under the project for which it was bought, that some, and which still, those components that are still not being activated? I have a question coming next week, but it's part of this exercise.
I think you had a question on
I have a question coming, so this is why.
You have a question coming on that.
In fact, they have prepared the answer, but the components of the Safe City project, as you know, there is face recognition and other plate recognition, etc.
Let's wait for Tuesday.
May we know which components for which has already been paid but not yet implemented?
If you have it, you tell him.
I don't know the details of which components. You're saying about components.
Components.
I'll circulate it, okay.
Okay. Yes, leader.
Yes.
We don't dwell too long on that. Yes, carry on.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Page 115. I'll refer.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'll refer the Honourable Prime Minister to item 31112.049, construction of Mauritius Disciplined Forces Academy. Can the Honourable Prime Minister report on progress, please?
What I know is that there has been, I remember there has been an unsuccessful tendering exercise. Therefore, the tender documents are being revised because it was unsuccessful. And payment is being made for a 10% advance payment to the selected bidder once you get the selected bidder.
Yes, one last question on that.
Bidder has already been selected.
The project. Yes. No, sorry, no. Not yet.
Okay.
Madam Speaker.
Last question on this one.
Madam Speaker, may I ask the Honourable Prime Minister, with regard to the Safe City project again, the storage capacity of footage, can the Prime Minister state the storage capacity in terms of days, or weeks, or months of CCT footage.
One moment. May I advise everybody to allow the Prime Minister to decide? If he cannot, he will tell us. Then if he goes too far, I'll stop him.
I remember myself, I've been asking this. Normally it's 30 days.
Good. Now we go on to I'm going to put the question. Question is at the sum of 14,225,000,000 rupees for program code 0230 police services, 10 part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Prison service program code 0240.
Page 133. One, 3, 4. Prison. 133, 134. Okay, the question is at the sum of 1,350,000,000 rupees for program code 0240 prison services, 10 part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Ministry of Finance program code 0250.
Page 142. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Quel one?
On ne peut pas faire... On a une soirée pour partir, vous nous excitez, bonheur. On a 14 milliards de roupies pour se vendre, d'avoir augmenté. Qu'on fasse l'examination, comment est-ce qu'on peut sauter de la page 118 et passer à autre chose?
Mais non.
On est arrivé à la page 140.
Mais je n'ai pas sauté. Excusez-moi. Je suis en train de faire page par page. C'est ce que j'ai fait.
Chair, you said you will take page by page.
This is exactly.
But at least you should let us know on which page you are.
This is exactly what I have done.
No.
J'ai sauté le page.
Madame la Présidente, vous avez appelé le ministre de Finance. Allô, tu connais qui était ça?
Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Écoute mon arrivée. Je crois qu'on va lever la séance et aller manger. Hein? Alors, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Montrez-moi ce qu'il m'a fait. Moi, I am honorable member, please. I'm being guided and I'm following page by page as far as I remember. Let us find out. C'était quoi? On était
Put my question. I was on page 115.
Permettez-moi, Madame la Présidente, permettez-moi de revenir une clarification. Si on a fini de sauter la page, je peux comprendre qu'il est vendredi soir, il y a le happy hour. Mais c'est pas une question de bouger autant.
On va traîner ça. Tu vas aller travailler.
Non, mais il fait plus. Quand nous n'arrivons They all. One moment. Let us try. Everybody and keep our heads. Let us keep our heads. Honorable. No, honorable member. Ma, come on. Stop it. Arrêtez, sinon, vous savez, je vais partir. Hein? Honorable member, please help me.
Yes.
I have already... No, listen to me. The police have already walked out.
Madam Speaker, if you say this, I am going. I am telling you now. If you say this, I am going.
Prime Minister, what would you like? Vous n'arrivez pas à suivre. Mais parce que vous n'avez pas suivi. Mais non. On va couper la poire en deux. Non, on va couper la poire. Hein? Il n'y a pas de poire? Allez, dites-moi, on va essayer de faire le maximum qu'on peut pour que tout le monde soit happy. Sinon, on reste là à discuter, discutailler. C'est discutailler. Mais j'ai fait page par page. I'm guided. Et j'ai fait page par page. OK, dites-moi où, leader. OK. Tell me where you wanted to come back.
When I intervene, I was on page 115.
Let me give a chance. One moment. J'ai dit couper la poire en deux. I will let you come back, but the Prime Minister may not get the information. At least you will have said, and he will take note and reply. Allez, allez-y. Allez-y pour pas perdre du temps.
Madam Speaker,
On est chez
115.
118.
Yes, 118 is one of the many items for the police service. If the police service has gone and we've done only one item, then this rule is pointless. This is going to be pointless. Nick, I called out last time that we should not be calling ahead like this pages. You called 30 pages in advance. Now, the police service, should they be alerted, they would come back if they are really...
Non, ça je ne peux pas faire.
Ben, à ce moment-là...
Ça je ne peux pas faire. Je vous ai dit, je vais faire un geste. Vous posez la question, le Premier ministre va faire ce qu'il peut et nous avançons. Sinon, on reste là ou alors, moi aussi, je rentre chez moi. 118. Soyez...
Pour avoir une clarification, parce que j'ai beaucoup de questions à poser sur la police. Madame la Présidente, j'ai beaucoup de questions à poser en détail. Si la police ne retourne pas, qu'on nous le dise maintenant, pour que je prenne ma décision. Est-ce que la police va retourner ou pas?
Okay, we break. Let's break. Let us break, then we will see. Eh oui, c'est mieux. C'est mieux, c'est mieux, c'est mieux. C'est mieux. Let us break. Let us break 1 hour, 1 hour. Hein? 1 hour. 1 hour. Personne ne boit en attendant, hein?